have the last. Me too. The
Takes a lot of energy. For exec session, Tyler,
Yeah, what's up?
I keep flickering.
we have 2 big items, right?
Yep.
And so I'm trying to figure out, I just allocate 5 minutes to each commissioner. It was hard last time managing it.
For comments?
Yeah. Okay. For each item. Okay.
And it's 9:30.
All right. I'm ready when you guys are ready.
Everybody's good.
Okay. My screens are all down, just so you know.
Yeah, maybe just give it just a second. Okay, let's try that.
I'll make sure we're live. Okay, I can start then.
Yes, thank you, Dean. Go ahead.
This is Commission President Hamdi Mohammed convening the special meeting of October 22nd, 2024. The time is now 9:30 a.m. We're meeting in person today at the SEA Conference Center and virtually on Microsoft Teams. Present with me today are Commissioners Calkins, Cho, Fellman, and Hasagawa, who are currently gathered in the executive session room awaiting the opening of public meeting. We'll now recess into executive session to discuss 2 items. One regarding litigation, potential litigation, legal risk per RCW 4230-110, Sections 1I, for approximately 30 minutes. And the second item regarding collective bargaining per RCW 4230-140, Section 4. And the same litigation citation previously mentioned, also for approximately 30 minutes. We'll reconvene in the public session at 11 a.m. Thank you.
We are in recess.
Thank you, Clerk.
I certainly hope so. I'll shut up if everyone else shuts up.
And the meeting room is unmuted. The meeting room. Thank you. Commissioner, whenever you're ready.
This is Commission President Hamdi Mohammed reconvening the special meeting of October 22nd, 2024. The time is now 11:11 a.m. We're meeting in person today at the SEA Conference Center and virtually on Microsoft Teams. Clerk Hart, please call the roll for all commissioners in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Commission President, can we stand by? I'm hearing from the Teams call that they cannot hear the room, so
Okay.
give me just one moment, please. Sarah, are you able to hear us now? She can't hear the room. Huh? It was? Did it drop it?
I'd imagine the next.
I'm told we need to redial back in. Give us just one moment, please.
No
Thank you.
problem.
Welcome to the audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference ID followed by pound. You are now joining the meeting.
Apologies for the technical difficulties. We are back in the call. And I can go ahead and call that roll. Thank you. Beginning with Commissioner Calkins.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Cho.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Felleman.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Present.
Thank you. And Commissioner Mohammed.
Present.
Thank you. We do have a quorum established.
Wonderful. A few housekeeping items before we begin today. For everyone in the meeting room, please turn your cell phones to silent. For anyone participating on Microsoft Teams, please mute your speakers when not actively speaking or presenting. Please keep your cameras off unless you are a member of the commission or the executive director participating virtually, or you are a member of staff in presentation mode and addressing the commission. Members of the public addressing the commission during public comment may turn on their cameras when their names are called to speak, and will turn them back off again at the conclusion of their remarks. For anyone at the dais today, please turn off your speakers or on your computers and silence your devices. Please also remember to address your request to be recognized to speak through the chair, and please wait to speak until you have been recognized. You'll turn your microphones on and off as needed. All these items noted here will ensure that we have a smoother meeting. Thank you. All votes taken today will be casted by the roll call method or by general consent, so it is clear for anyone participating virtually how votes are casted. Commissioners will say aye or nay when their names are called. We're meeting on the ancestral land and water of the Coast Salish people, with whom we share a commitment to steward these natural resources for future generations. This meeting is being digitally recorded and may be viewed or heard at any time on the Port's website and may be rebroadcasted by King County Television. Now please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all so much. The first item of business today is on the approval of the agenda. As a reminder, if a commissioner wishes to make a general comment for or against an item on the consent agenda, it is not necessary to pull the item from the consent agenda. Rather, a commissioner may offer general supporting comments or opposing comments later in the meeting once we get to that part on the agenda. However, it is appropriate at this time if a commissioner wants to ask a question of staff or wishes to have dialogue on a consent agenda item to request it be pulled for a separate discussion. Commissioners, are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda or any motions to rearrange the order of the day? Hearing none. Commissioners, now the question is on approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second?
The motion has been made and seconded. Are there any objections to the approval of the agenda as presented? Hearing none, the agenda is approved as presented. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the Executive Director's report. Deputy Executive Director Goon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Commission President Mohammed. Commissioners, Executive Director Metric is away this week, returning to the office on Monday. I'll be providing the update today and serving as his delegate until tomorrow when I'll be on leave, and Dan Thomas will be serving as a delegate until Saturday. It is October 22nd, so we are underway with celebrating National Hispanic Heritage Month now. We hope you can join us on Friday, November 1st, as we mark Dios de los Muertos with a celebration at the Central Terminal Food Area. This annual cultural event, which is a partnership of the Latinos Unidos at the Port and Airport Dining and Retail Team, ADR, is a memorable and meaningful experience for passengers and airport workers. The celebration also includes an altar to remember our dead, plenty of food from local restaurants, and local Latin music. Turning to an update on our response to the cyber incident. Last week, Port employees were invited to register for 2 years of identity monitoring and credit protection services for Kroll monitoring. We encourage employees to sign up for these services prior to the January 17th deadline. We take this action out of an abundance of caution, as we still have no knowledge of personal information of staff or the public being revealed after the initial posting of the 8 stolen files in September. Our review process includes both analyzing data that criminals uploaded to the dark web and analyzing our own system data that may have been copied. The Port is doing this work alongside our outside partners. Still, we expect it will take months to search the affected files for personal information, identify contact information, and make notification if we find any personal data at all. The business of the port continues even during this disruption. An example of our efforts to adapt and lead is a temporary procurement website listing all of our public bidding opportunities requiring open competition. The Central Procurement Office team had a problem to solve and had to be creative in finding solutions that met our public procurement requirements. This is a major milestone and allows us to maintain adherence to project schedules and restore visibility to potential consultants and contractors while we patiently wait for our Vendor Connect system to be restored. We began advertising our solicitations yesterday, Monday, October 21st. Our temporary website is available at www.portofseattle.tempprocure.com. While we are relieved to be in testing phase for our most critical financial and people management application, many processes continue to run manually, which is complex and will require future reconciliation. Particularly, the manual payroll process is challenging to administer and the impacts are real. I appreciate the ongoing patience of our staff as we work through some of these complicated issues and conduct our reconciliation. Despite these challenges, we should all be proud of how hard our staff work to keep the port on track. Later this month, we will end our 2024 cruise season, which was one of the most successful in our history. Next week, we will officially celebrate the teams who made our historic shore power installation at Pier 66 possible. While the project came online towards the end of our season, every day of service makes a difference. We are pleased to report that we successfully connected 12 ships to clean electric shore power in the last month. Commissioner, staying with the seaport, we have more challenging circumstances for the North Pacific fishing fleet. As you may have recently seen a report from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, that the Alaska commercial seafood sector's profitability declined 50% from 2022 to 2023, with the industry suffering a $1.8 billion loss in this period. This report details what we've been hearing from our customers at Terminal 91 and Fisherman's Terminal about a perfect storm of factors contributing to a decline in profitability across fisheries. These factors include increased competition from Russian pollock, which is intentionally mislabeled as Alaskan pollock in international markets, and retailers choosing to utilize stores of frozen product instead of buying wholesale seafood to keep prices artificially high. Additionally, geopolitical and financial issues, including a strong U.S. dollar, trade barriers, and the closure or consolidation of several processing facilities have led to this decline. The port is continued to supporting our commercial fishing customers and the overall viability of the fishing industry in our region. Though many of the issues detailed in this report exist well beyond our sphere of influence, we are working closely with industry partners to identify policy solutions that we can support. Moving to today's Commission meeting, we are bringing to you a combination of items that demonstrate the economic development potential of the port and strategies to carry out our mission in an environmentally responsible, accountable, and equitable manner. On the consent agenda is the reauthorization of the South King County Fund. You received a briefing on this item at our last meeting. Today's request for reauthorization reflects extensive engagement with the Commission and the community to build on these achievements for even greater economic development and environmental sustainability impact. On the new business and staff presentation agendas, you will hear items woven together by related themes: growing demand for services at SEA and our need to support the workforce that makes our airport run. In response to these needs, we purpose purchasing buildings that increase our flexibility for locating administrative functions and acquiring parking to meet the demand for the thousands of employees who work at the airport. We will also brief you on a new SEA employee transportation strategy that utilizes partnerships, advocacy, and a new SEA-managed employee transportation program to enhance commute options such as van pools, public transit, and active transportation. You will also hear a brief on the draft environmental assessment of the Airport Sustainable Airport Master Plan. Commissioners, the master plan is essential and is a process that has advanced our airport through the last 75 years. It is how we ensure that our facility can meet future demand with an optimal level of service, limited delay and congestions, for example. This most recent master plan is the culmination of years of planning and environmental screening work by port staff and the FAA. The draft environmental assessment is the Federal Aviation Administration's document produced in partnership with the port's aviation environmental team. We are pleased to reach this milestone today. And finally, we have the finance team to present on the draft plan of finance, which is foundational to how we pay for these priorities across the port. Commissioners, this concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Executive Director Goon, for those comments and information that you provided. Commissioner Calkins, do you have a question?
Yeah, I want to just appreciate your highlighting the NOAA report on fisheries. I think it's something that it's easy for us to lose sight of how critical the fishing industry is to our local economy, how important the Port of Seattle is to maintaining that industry, and how because of the nature of an industry that is in many cases sustained by very small family businesses, folks who own their own vessel and who have passed it on from generation to generation, means that in many cases they don't have a large voice to advocate for themselves. And so it's critical for folks like us to take this seriously and to really, in reading that report, the two big standout issues for me, the impacts of climate change and the impacts of what they call illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. While we don't have a huge influence over those things, we need to double down our efforts to combat IUU and to address every way we can climate change. And I think with IUU, our partners at the Coast Guard are the critical U.S. Entity for combating that. And so these conversations we've been having over the last few years around the renovation of Base Seattle, that is directly to support the increased need to combat international illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. So thank you again for highlighting this. I think it's something we all should keep in mind as we're working with our partners in Alaska. And it is they are in dire straits right now, and they deserve every support we can offer them.
Thank you, Commissioner, for those important comments. Any additional comments from my colleagues? Okay, I'll move us along in the agenda now. We are at the committee report. Erica Chung, who is our strategic advisor, will provide that report. Erica, you have the floor.
Good morning, President Mohammed, Commissioners, and Deputy Executive Director Goon. I have 3 committee reports for you today. On October 15th, Commissioners Hasegawa and Cho convened the Aviation Committee. Commissioners received a preview of the Ground Transportation Action Plan update that is on the agenda for today's meeting. As you were here today, Commissioners heard about the Port's imminent action to stand up SCA Moves, a Transportation Management Association, in 2025. SCA Moves will be a central source of comprehensive commute information and resource for SCA workers, including transit pass, employee carpool, active transportation encouragement, and SCA workers shuttle bus program. Commissioners asked questions about the metrics for success for all of this programming, outreach and engagement strategies, sustainability elements, and how these programs would impact SCA workers with families. On October 15th, Commissioners Cho and Fellman convened the Sustainability, Environment, and Climate Committee with 2 topics on the agenda. Commissioners received an annual update on how the Sustainable Evaluation Framework, a policy directive adopted by the Commission in 2020, is reducing environmental and societal impacts associated with capital projects. Staff shared the many successes associated with SEF over the course of 4 years, as well as lessons learned and next steps, including Port's first green roof at World Trade Center West and avoidance of 700 metric tons of greenhouse gas per year across the port. Commissioners then received an update on the reducing single-use plastic strategy and approach at SCA Terminal. Staff shared that SCA has successfully updated rules requiring tenants to use only reusable or compostable food serviceware, expected to eliminate SCA's largest source of single-use plastics and increase waste diversion by 1,000 tons, driving our terminal waste diversion rate to 56%, nearly reaching our goal of 60%. Staff also shared progress to date and strategies to further eliminate single-use plastics via an ongoing non-plastic bottle pilot project and supporting Washington State extended producer responsibility for packaging policy proposal in 2025. Commissioner Fellman shared the importance of further highlighting sustainability milestones for public awareness, and Commissioner Cho asked about the specific requirements regarding the EPR for packaging policy proposals. Also on October 15th, Commissioners Fellman and Calkins convened the Waterfront and Industrial Lands Committee. There were 2 items for briefing: an update on CEM, and update on WASCA site, and the C40 process for its future use. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erica, for providing that update and that report out. Are there any follow-up questions regarding committee at this time? Thank you, Erica. I'll move us along. We are now at the public comment section of our agenda. The Port of Seattle and the Port of Seattle Commission welcomes public comments as an important part of the public process. Comments are received and considered by the Commission in its deliberations. Before we take public comment today, I'd like to note for the public, just public information, that comments on the draft EA, which are not submitted to the FAA via official channels, will not be considered as part of the SAMP process. There are a postcard available from our clerk's team that you all can use to submit comments through those official channels. Mrs. Mary Cruz over there, if you could raise your hand, has those cards at her desk, and if you're interested in providing a public comment there, you can do that using the official process. Now let's review our rules for in-person and virtual public comments. Clerk Hart, please play the recording.
In providing a public comment there.
The Port of Seattle Commission.
Now let's review our.
Yeah.
The Port of Seattle Commission welcomes you to our meeting today. As noted, public comment is an important part of the public process, and the Port of Seattle Commission thanks you for joining us. Before proceeding, we will overview the rules governing public comment for your general information. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak unless otherwise revised by the presiding officer for the purposes of meeting efficiency, and the speaker shall keep their remarks within the allotted time provided. A timer will appear on the screen, and a buzzer will sound at the end of the speaker's comment period. The Commission accepts comments on items appearing on its agenda and items related to the conduct of port business. The presiding officer will ask speakers to limit their comments to these topics. This rule applies to both introductory and concluding remarks. Disruptions of Commission public meetings are prohibited. General disruptions include, but are not limited to, the following: speaking before being recognized by the presiding officer, holding or placing banners and signs in the meeting room in a way that endangers others or obstructs the flow of people or view of others at the meeting, intentionally disrupting, disturbing, or otherwise impeding attendance or participation at a meeting, refusing to follow the direction of the presiding officer or security personnel, attempting to use the comment time for purposeful delay without conveying a discernible message, using the comment period to assist in a campaign for election of any person to any office or for the promotion of or opposition to any ballot proposition except when addressing action being taken by the Commission on a ballot proposition appearing on its agenda, directing public comments to the audience, engaging in abusive or harassing behavior, including but not limited to derogatory remarks based on age, race, color, national origin, ancestry, religion, disability, pregnancy, sex, gender, sexual orientation, transgender status, marital status, or any other category protected by law, the use of obscene or profane language and gestures, assaults or other threatening behavior, and sexual misconduct or sexual harassment. For safety purposes, individuals are asked not to physically approach commissioners or staff at the meeting table during the meeting. Individuals may provide written public comment before or after the meeting, and in addition, speakers may offer written materials to the Commission clerk for distribution during their testimony to the Commission. A detailed list of the public comment rules is available through the Commission clerk. If a meeting is disrupted by an individual in attendance in the meeting room or by an individual providing public comment in person or virtually, the port will impose progressive consequences that may result in exclusion from future meetings. Written materials provided to the clerk will be included in today's meeting record. The clerk has a list of those prepared to speak. When your name is called, please come to the testimony table or unmute yourself if joining virtually. Repeat your name for the record and state your topic related to an item on the agenda or related to the conduct of port business. For those joining virtually, when you have concluded your remarks, please turn off your camera and mute your microphone. Our public comment period will now commence. Thank you again for joining us today.
Great, thank you. And just another point that I wanted to make around public comment today regarding the draft EA. You all probably have received the email that also shows that there'll be a number of community meetings taking place where people can provide official comments for SAMP. And I also wanted to inform the public that in addition to the 45 comment period time, the Commission has written a letter to the FAA asking for us to extend the public comment period. I know that is a concern and an interest of the public that we have heard as commissioners, and that letter is being sent out, and we hope that comment period will be extended. With that said, I will call the first speaker that I have on my list. I have Christopher with the City of Tukwila. Welcome.
Christopher, please go ahead and repeat your name for the record and hit that little button so it's green for you. Is it green?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Christopher Andre.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm speaking in regards to briefing item 10A. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this. I'm Christopher Andre. I work for the City of Tukwila, as mentioned. My team has a program called SKC Trips that provides sustainable transportation education to empower people in South King County to access their transportation options. The goal of we have a program called SKC Trips, as I mentioned, and this program's goal is to reduce driving alone, thus reducing air pollution and traffic congestion. We greatly appreciate our partnership with the port and port jobs here to reach workers and airport employers. Many airport staff, especially shift workers, align with our program demographic, and as they might have recently emigrated, started a new job, or people for whom transportation is a significant expense. And these circumstances offer good opportunities for exploring commute choices. In our partnership at the airport, we have seen a hunger for wider transportation resources for existing and prospective airport staff, and we applaud the efforts to centralize these offerings. So thank you for the Commission and staff for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you so much for your comments. I will call the next speaker from online. We'll try to go back and forth and see how that works. I have former State Representative Velma Valoria.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Velma Valoria. I'm here to represent the Filipino community as well as the King County International Airport Community Coalition. I wanted to say thank you also to Commissioner Hasegawa for her diligence in helping residents of South King County to help mitigate the disproportionate impact on environment and economic situations. In areas of South King County and South Seattle, studies have shown that residents suffer disproportionately from environmental justice. From air and noise pollution, residents have higher rates of depression, anxiety, dementia, and lower learning outcomes. Ultrafine particulate pollution negatively impact the brain, nervous system, respiratory system, and higher rates of preterm births. Ultrafine particles are both unmonitored, unregulated, and can exacerbate current cumulative Superfund site pollution impacts. Lead pollution, which has negative health impacts of affecting neurological, renal, reproductive, and physical development systems. There is consensus among medical and scientific communities that levels detected in children living around general aviation airports are hazardous. Funding for the South King County Community Impact Fund environmental and economic recovery programs will continue our work to complete a study of the disparate impacts of pollution on communities near the airport and on King County, and institute redress and remediation programs, as well as job training opportunities for BIPOC regarding climate change. Please support the funding for South King County Community Impact Fund environmental and economic recovery programs. Thank you very much, and thank you, President Mohammed, for having this hearing today.
Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate them. Next I have on my list from the room is Stephanie with Port Jobs.
Good afternoon, commissioners, port staff. My name is Stephanie Kellner. I am the Airport University Program Manager with Port Jobs, and I'm here to comment on Agenda Item 10A, the Airport Employee Transportation Program. We have seen at Airport Jobs through our employment center that airport employees and community members who want to work at Sea-Tac Airport can have challenges getting to work due to transportation. This might be affordability issues, it might be transit schedules that don't match the shifts here at the airport, it might be a lack of nearby parking. We have been delighted to work with the City of Sea-Tac and SKC Trips and the Port of Seattle over the past few years to provide transportation resources to airport employees. And this has included doing transportation resource information presentations and providing 1-month ORCA cards with SKC Trips to new hires who are taking our SIDA badge preparation classes, to Airport University employees taking our classes here at the airport, and at hiring events for community members who want to work here. We were delighted just about a week ago to do and support a transportation resource fair here in the AOB with the Port of Seattle and SKC Trips and many other transit agencies. We did a lot of outreach to airport employees and employers, and over 300 individuals came to the event here. They received ORCA cards. They could talk to public health about availability of ORCA lift, van pools, et cetera. So we know there's a lot more work to be done to help airport employees get to work here at SEA, and we at Port Jobs really applaud and hope for the multi-pronged approach that you all are looking at for the Transportation Employee Program. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate them. Next on my list is from a virtual, Christopher with the Filipino Community of Seattle.
Good morning, and thanks for allowing us to have this testimony. Most of our students, interns live in South Seattle, Redden, Kent, and Auburn, areas where many communities face significant economic challenges and a lack of equitable access to training in the technology and renewable energy fields. This funding will have a profound impact on the most distressed communities, particularly in addressing the gaps in workforce training for technology and sustainable energy. With this support, community organizations like the Filipino Community of Seattle and others will be empowered to provide the much-needed training to create pathways for success in these crucial areas. It's not just about the jobs. It's about creating equitable opportunities for our underserved communities and ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to thrive in our future economy. This is crucial for our youth, our underserved populations, and the long-term growth of our local economy. We strongly urge the Port Commission to support the extension of South King County Impact Fund for 2025 through 2029 with a budget of $14 million. To continue building a future where community, equity, and sustainable energy can go hand in hand. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. We'll go next to Cassandra with Alaska Airlines. Welcome.
Good morning, Commission President Mohammed and members of the Commission. My name is Cassandra Uribe, and I'm here on behalf of Alaska Airlines to speak on item 10C on today's agenda. My comments have also been shared with the Port Commission via email. Alaska Airlines is pleased to express our strong support for agenda item 10C, which will provide a much-needed expansion of parking capacity for employees at SEA. As our workforce continues to grow in response to rising travel demand, many airport employees, including our many union-represented employees, are encountering significant challenges in finding reliable parking at SEA. Many of these dedicated individuals live in surrounding areas such as Kent, Puyallup, Auburn, and Tacoma, where access to public transportation is limited and commutes can be quite challenging. For those who do live closer to more reliable transit options, such as the Sound Transit light rail system, the situation can still be problematic. Light rail hours do not operate during late evening or early morning hours when many of our employees are scheduled to work, making the need for convenient and accessible parking all the more pressing. As someone who personally began my aviation career with Alaska as a customer service agent, I can personally attest to the significance that the access to employee parking can have on the overall employee experience. Because ultimately, this expansion isn't just about parking. It's about enhancing that employee experience and providing our dedicated staff with options they deserve to fulfill their roles effectively. Moreover, Alaska is committed to working collaboratively with the Port of Seattle on solutions that address the needs of our employees, while also promoting sustainable transportation options, including through the work of the Port's Transportation Management Association. We are grateful to Port leadership and staff for partnering with airlines and other airport tenants to identify viable transportation solutions to support our shared workforce at SEA, and we encourage your support for this important action. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. We look forward to partnering to foster a more efficient and supportive workplace for everyone at SEA.
Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate that. Next on my list I have virtually is Paulina Lopez with the DRCC. Welcome.
Good morning. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, President Mohammed and Commissioners, Port of Seattle. My name is Paulina Lopez. I'm the Executive Director of the Duwamish River Community Coalition, and I am here on item 8D on the authorization for executive metric and the agreement for the South King County Community Impact Fund to be moved forward 2025 and 2029. I'm very grateful how the South King County Community Fund has been supporting community-led projects, driving to equitable recovery into communities, and how it has revolutionized how the port works with communities, especially with communities that have been impacted for many different ways by the Port of Seattle. This fund has increased historically opportunities for underserved, ethically, culturally diverse communities, and I am here very grateful for the proposal also from Commissioner Hasekawa to include the Duwamish Valley as a recipient also for these funds, since we have always had this puzzle of not understanding why the Duwamish Valley communities are not eligible to continue into this part of funds, as the port has been serving and helping community-led projects come to fruition. And many of these will help support increase of job application assistance, underserved non-speaking communities, work with youth, and work with communities that have been historically underserved by funding and also impacted by pollution and by other inequities. So I'm here to help support into this proposal and to also work towards a more equitable grant making, so communities have access to good application and reporting that is also meeting the needs of small community grassroots organizations to continue providing environmental justice work in their own communities. Thank you so much to Commissioner Hasekawa and for you, President Mohammed.
Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate them. Next I have is Merle with 350, Seattle. Welcome.
Morning. I am probably out of place to a certain extent. It sounds like that you're going to extend the approval of the SAMP for some period of duration for us to get further commentary on it, or did I get that out of your messaging this morning?
No, that's incorrect. The comment period is 45 days. Mm-hmm. And what I stated was that the commission is sending a letter to the FAA asking for an extension period. But it is up to the FAA to make that determination.
Yeah, I missed your earlier morning presentation. Well, I'd like to speak to some things that I think would not be necessarily what 350 Seattle. I'm not saying that I actually represent the group itself, but this would be my individual presentation and opinions that I'm delivering. But I do think that a reason for extending the approval is that there should be really a correct environmental statement that goes to a lot more of the assessment that you guys are presenting in the SAMP, that it should be a formal environmental assessment. But then on the other hand, I do think some things aren't really being covered. We see that your use of, for mitigation purposes, the use of sustainable aviation fuel, 350 Aviation believes that that this is no more than greenwashing, that we need to re-examine it, that there are studies that show that in the nearby communities within the 5-mile radius that is a area that is subject of a class action suit against the port and against Delta and Alaska, that we're seeing that that there are ultrafine particulate matter, and that is covering this area and causing many conditions and health issues to result. Some of that can be addressed, I think, in the here and now, where maybe we study a little bit of a report. Well, and I'll be supplying these to you guys here most recently, but one is for some scientists that are asking for airplanes, airlines, jetliners to go slow, go low. This would address some of the planetary warming issues. That would be one paper that I'll present. And then another would be for a green proposal in Europe that calls for a 5-cent additive to the gallon of aviation fuel that would address the sulfur content that is being spread throughout the environment. And the other study...
We're at time, sir. Thank you so much for your comments. Yeah. Do please provide those documentations or
appreciate
the written comments. We'll take that. Thank you so much for your time.
Nice talking.
Next I have on my list is Agnes Navarro with the Filipino Community of Seattle online.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm Agnes Navarro, the Executive Director for the Filipino Community of Seattle. We are a community-based nonprofit organization in Southeast Seattle. I'm testifying for item 8G, authorization of the Executive Director to execute agreements for the continuation of the South King County Community Impact Fund, environmental and economic and recovery programs. Our organization has been for several years worked hard to help our community to recover by providing education and training and creating jobs, as well as building a green affordable housing for them. Our workforce development program provides education with certification and assistance to find employment for formerly incarcerated individuals and also individuals affected by the justice system. We're also building an affordable housing for them as well, close to our community center. This will not only provide home for families, but also provide jobs in Seattle during construction, as well as create bigger space for our workforce training program, who serves the training programs for the underserved members of our community on the first floor of this building. So please consider this appeal to the Port of Seattle. Thank you so much again for allowing me to testify again. Thank you.
Great, thank you. The last sign up that I have on this list is Arman with Serve Ethiopia, Washington, and I'm so sorry for butchering your name.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. My name is Arma Ishate, and I'm Executive Director of Serve Ethiopians Washington. I'm speaking about the proposal to extend the South King County Economic Community Impact Fund. Our organization has been fortunate to receive 2 grants from the South King County Community Impact Fund over the past 2 years. One is from the Economic Recovery Program that supported our Workforce Development Program, and the other is through the Environmental Grants Program for our environmental project at Engle Lake Park in Sea-Tac. Through our Workforce Development Program, we recruited and enrolled taxi and rideshare drivers in collaboration with the airport jobs to help drivers to pursue careers as aircraft mechanics. And those drivers are currently studying at South Seattle College. Although the Economic Recovery Grant was a 1-year program that ended in June 2024, the demand for professional training among taxi and rideshare drivers remains high, and we are eager to apply for the upcoming 2025 RFP to continue addressing this need. Regarding our environmental projects at Engle Lake Park, we have made great progress in park and urban forest restoration, but we have concerns about the grant amount and the matching requirement, which pose challenge to our capacity. Overall, we are excited about the new proposal and the opportunities it could create for our community and our continued work on workforce development and environmental sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, and I actually pronounced your name correctly. Thanks for those comments.
Thank you.
All right, so that concludes our sign up for today. Is there anyone else present on the Teams call or present in the room today who did not sign up but wishes to address the commission? If so, please state your name, spell your name, and state the agenda item or the topic related to the conduct of the port that you wish to speak on for the record. Sandy Hunt, I see you. I know you, so I can call on you, but if there's others too, please feel free to speak.
Angela Castañeda, Castañeda. To speak as well.
I think we had.
Great. We'll go with the room first, and then we'll go virtual next. Sandy, please continue.
All right. Thank you. My name is Sandy Hunt, SANDYHUNT. I'm here as the past president of the Highline Teachers Association and a founding member of the Defenders of North Sea-Tac Park, now called the Defenders of Highline Forest. And I am here, in a way, connecting to 11A, the Sustainable Airport Master Plan. It's going to be introduced. That dropped yesterday. And I'm speaking on the importance of measuring the impact on the climate. I know that you have done really award-winning work on what's happening here on the airport pad with regard to sustainability. But we are concerned about the near airport plans that are coming out and really making sure that the true impact on the environment, on the carbon and all the whatever else you're measuring gets recorded. And an example of that need is a study, is a appeal that we have helped to support in Des Moines. Just recently with a warehouse that is being developed on land that you do own, but is leased to a developer. And our concern is when 500 trees are taken down from that land, if that does happen, how is that measured in terms of the impact on the climate that the airport is having, since you own that land? And do your policies really count the impact of the loss of those trees and the carbon sequestration? What is that word? The carbon that holds in your plans for not only that piece but other pieces where trees will be lost. And we know that the work that you did last year was really great in developing like the 4-to-1 replacement plan for the trees, but that did not count, is my understanding, towards the land, the leases that you already had in place. And so capturing the impact of, even earlier that park had, I think, 85 acres of trees that were lost. Does that show up on the work that you're doing to measure your impact on the climate? Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Sounds like we're echoing online. I know someone wants to provide comments from online. Please state and spell your name for the record and the topic on the agenda that you would like to speak on for the record. Thank you.
My name is Angela Castañeda, Castañeda. I'm the director of a nonprofit organization and co-manager of a collective of community-based organizations across Southeast Seattle, Beacon Hill to Rainier Beach, serving BIPOC, immigrant family-owned, and low-income small business, but in creative economy, building creative economy, working with retail, home business, and entrepreneurial small businesses as trusted advocates, liaison between government and community. And I'm speaking to the continuation of the South King County Community Impact Fund. The fund will really support Southeast Seattle communities. I know many who would benefit from support through the community-based organizations that are already doing work on the ground to advance economic opportunity to create positive economic and environmental outcomes. So I'm speaking to support.
Great, thank you so much. You had extra time, but that concludes your comment. We appreciate you for providing them. Thank you. Anyone else? J.C. Harris. I know some of you guys in the audience. Please state your name for the record, spell it, and the agenda item that you'd like to speak on.
Thank you, Madam President, for your indulgence. I will be speaking indirectly on the SAMP. First, I want to thank the Commission for sending a letter in support of extending the draft comment period. Lovely. The airport communities are circulating a similar letter, and I think it would be helpful for you all to add your signatures to that one letter, being more impactful and so forth. I was not going to speak out of cynicism. You may not know this. I came to America in 1974. I'm an immigrant. And I worked in the auto industry, and I thought that it was the nascence of environmental law in America, and everyone could tell you that the real gains in environmental law happened in the 70s, and largely in response to the auto industry. I thought that a more optimistic future that was less cynical would be here by the time I got to this old age, and such is not the case. The aviation industry is exactly the same tactics of plausible deniability that I experienced, sadly, in my career, and it's disappointing. The SAMP will allow for no mitigation and say that everything is okay using a strategy we used to call no data, no problem. Since lead was not actually, the measuring was not done properly until literally the 70s, it was always considered that cars were, actually getting better and better. And that's the case with aviation. You have the ability, and I know I'm going over here, but you have the ability, independent of the SAMP, to provide your own compensation to the communities for the known harms,
Thank you.
rather than hiding behind the SAMP. And I hope you will consider that separate path as this process goes forward. Thanks again.
Thank you, J.C. Harris, and I will put your name down for the record myself. With that said, that sounds like does anybody else in the room would like to speak before I move on? I can hold. Okay, great. At this time, I'll ask Clerk Hart to please give a synopsis of any written comments received.
Thank you, Madam Commission President, members of the Commission. We have received 3 comments for today's meeting. The first comes from David Goebel, who writes regarding Agenda Item 11A, stating that the EA released does not take into account previous scoping comments submitted in 2018 by members of the public, and does not include implementation of next-gen procedures over Vashon Island, which is the most significant change to the Puget Sound airspace. Michelle Benatua of the Seattle Parks Foundation submitted comments supporting item 8G on the agenda, and thanks the Commission for expanding the Community Impact Fund and for continuing to streamline the processes that make the funding accessible and most impactful, especially to smaller community-based organizations. And then finally, Randy Fiertz from Alaska Airlines wrote to express support for agenda item 10C, stating that the action provides a much-needed expansion of employee parking for Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. And that concludes the written comments received today.
Thank you, Clerk Hart, for providing that synopsis. Hearing no further public testimonies, we'll now move on to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered routine and will be adopted by one motion. Items removed from the consent agenda will be considered separately immediately after adoption of the remaining consent agenda items. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items covering 8A, 8B, 8C, 8D, 8E, 8F, 8G, and 8H.
So moved.
Seconded.
Great. The motion has been made and seconded. Commissioners, please say aye or nay when your names are called for approval of the agenda. Clerk Hart.
Thank you. Beginning with Commissioner Calkins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Pellman.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Aye.
Thank you. And Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. 5 ayes, 0 nays for this item.
Great. The motion passes. Okay, moving us along to new business. We have 3 new business items. Clerk Hart, please read the first item into the record, and then Deputy Executive Director Goon will introduce the item.
Thank you. This is agenda item 10A, SEA Airport Employee Transportation Program briefing, and there is no action associated with this item today. It is a briefing.
It's a briefing. Okay, great.
Commissioners, in 2019, you adopted Resolution 3759 to establish the Ground Transportation Policy Directive. Today, we introduce SEA Moves, a proposal of 5 innovative programs aimed at enhancing commute options. These include consultation services, a carpool incentive program, active transportation encouragement, a transit pass program, and a feasibility study for a commuter bus tailored specifically for airport employees. Together, these initiatives will promote smarter commuting option choices, make the airport more competitive as a place to work, and reduce our overall carbon footprint. With us today is Peter Lindsay, Assistant Director, Airport Operations, and David Tomporowski, Transportation Access Program Manager.
Hi, thank you very much, Executive Deputy Director Boone and President Mohammed, Commissioners. Good morning. I'm Peter Lindsay, Assistant Director of Landside Operations at SEA, and with me today is our Ground Transportation Access Program Manager, David Tomporowski. And the purpose of today's briefing is to describe our staff plans for establishing a TMA here at the airport. You'll hear it called SEA Moves, which is kind of our branded approach to the TMA. And it will help us harmonize and program transportation services for employees at the airport. We do have a presentation today, and we'll run through a few of our accomplishments over the last year and a half, working with some of the entities that you heard today in public comment, SKC Trips, for instance, and Port Jobs. We'll have our planned initiatives for 2025. We'll go through a description of those, and then we'll go through some of the funding and spending priorities for 2025 as well. And finally, we do have some information about our schedule, next steps, and that would complete our presentation for today. So, next slide, please. So just to level set for context, SEA Moves lives within our Ground Transportation Framework, which is formalized and adopted by this body in Resolution 3759. Moving from left to right, it's all supportive of our guiding principles and goals. And there, as part of our GTAP, Ground Transportation Access Program, SEA Moves lives, and that's part of David's role here at the airport, along with our other strategies and tactics, including SAMP, which is also on the agenda. This sets kind of the stage for us, really, for all of our discussions on transportation. And we're going to get into the details now of SEA Moves, and I'll turn it over to David to get into those details. Thanks, David.
Thank you, Peter. Next slide, please. Good afternoon, Commission President Mohammed, Commissioners, Deputy Executive Director Goon, David Tomporowski, Transportation Access Program Manager in SEA Airport Landside Operations, and I manage our Ground Transportation Access Plan and Program. So the rest of this briefing will cover our body of work under GTAP that focuses on airport employees and their commuting needs. We've divided our SEA employee transportation strategy work into 3 areas. First is our partnership with 2 external organizations, SKC Trips and Port Jobs, to provide resources to workers right now. Second is engagement and advocacy with our regional transit agencies on improving public transportation access for airport employees. And third is the establishment of an employee transportation program for SEA workers called SEA Moves, otherwise known as our Transportation Management Association, or TMA. Next slide, please. So all the work we plan to do as part of GTAP is laid out in our yearly work plan and program, which staff put together and transmit to Commission early in the new year. We have made good progress this year, having completed over 80% of our 2024 objectives so far, as laid out in the year's work plan. You can see some of our accomplishments listed here. We'll go into detail on these over the next few slides. Next slide, please. You heard from both SKC Trips and Port Jobs this morning, earlier today. So the Port is partnering with 2 external organizations to provide immediate transportation resources to the SCA workforce. You're probably familiar with Port Jobs and its workforce development work at SCA. The other organization is SKC Trips, or South King County Trips, and this is a program of the City of Tukwila that serves all of South King County with employee commuting services. Together, we are partnering to provide resources to airport employees via trusted channels by reaching them through Port Jobs' onboarding and education programming, such as hiring events and airport university classes. Our accomplishments in 2023 included 25 different outreach events and over 250 promotional ORCA cards distributed by SKC Trips. We also hosted our first ever Transportation Resources Fair for SCA workers, which attracted over 200 attendees. Obviously, we're still in 2024, but some highlights of our work so far this year include the expansion of our programming to include ORCA card distribution at Port Jobs' popular weekly SITA badge training sessions. And we just hosted our 2nd annual Transportation Fair about a week and a half ago, as you heard mentioned earlier. And I'm excited to say we expanded our reach to over 300 attendees compared to the 200 last year. So this continues to be a popular event that we hope to do annually. Next slide, please. We also have some wins when it comes to advocating with our transit agency partners for the interests of our airport workforce's unique commuting requirements. One is that we're participating as a member of the Partner Review Board for King County Metro's South Link Connections service restructure, which is related to the coming opening of Sound Transit's Federal Way Link Extension project in 2026. As you know, many airport workers live in South King County, and they will depend on Metro's bus routes to connect with light rail. The Port's participation in the restructure ensures representation of airport worker interests. Finally, as a result of direct advocacy by Executive Director Metrick and Managing Director Little with Sound Transit, the pedestrian bridge that connects the airport and the Sea-Tac Airport light rail station with the numerous bus routes along International Boulevard, is now open 24/7. This bridge was previously closed to the public overnight when light rail wasn't operating. Getting it open overnight Getting it open overnight has been a long sought-after result for airport employees who use public transit and start their shifts early in the morning. This bridge provides a safer and more direct route to work for these employees in the early morning. Staff will continue to advocate and advance collaboration with our partner agencies as more transit routes come online and ST3 progresses. Next slide, please. Now we'll cover our plans to stand up an Airport Employee Transportation Program, or TMA, in 2025. For those that aren't familiar with the concept, TMAs are member-controlled organizations that are typically founded to serve a specific concentration of employees with education, engagement, and consulting services focused on transportation and commuting. Commission Resolution 3759 specifically directs the Port to establish a TMA to serve the thousands of employees that commute to and from work at SCA every day. Our vision for this airport TMA, which we're calling SCA Moves, is for it to be a central source of comprehensive commute information for all SCA workers. The TMA will focus on 3 initiatives that cover all the possible transportation modes workers could use for their commute. For example, for those that depend on public transit, we'll offer a transit pass program. For those that drive, we want to incentivize them to carpool. And for those that are interested in using bikes or scooters as part of their journey, we'll have programming to cater to them. Along with these 3 initiatives, SCA Move staff would do all the basic tasks that any good TMA performs, such as staffing a program office, providing trip planning assistance to workers, tabling at recruiting or hiring events, answering common questions like, what transit routes serve the airport and when, what transportation benefits does my employer provide, am I eligible for a reduced transit fare program, that type of thing. We plan to launch SCA Moves next year and are currently scoping what the program would look like and preparing for vendor selection. Next slide, please. I also want to mention that we plan to evaluate the feasibility of a dedicated employee-only commuter bus operation. In fact, work has already begun on this effort. An employee shuttle like this has the potential to address several challenges with the existing airport commuting environment, costly on-airport tenant employee parking, early and late shift start and end times that don't coincide with when public transportation operates, and employee home locations that are not well served by public transportation. We envision that the study will focus on potential service areas where high concentrations of airport workers live, and evaluate the effectiveness of different service concepts, both as a standalone operation and as a supplement to existing and planned regional public transit routes. The study will also include an assessment of the public transit network's effectiveness at serving airport employees on its own, and may recommend changes to that network that would better serve employees in addition to or in lieu of a new shuttle service. Other airports have looked at a service like this. SFO is one example. They did a study a few years ago and stood up a shuttle service that has been quite popular, and they're actually expanding to more routes this year. Our study will not commit the Port to launching a shuttle service. Rather, it'll provide the necessary information to make an informed decision about whether to pilot a service like this. In short, we need to know whether any airport workers would use this bus route and how different service decisions by us would affect their potential usage. Think hours of operation, how often the bus arrives and departs, is there a ticket price, and if so, how much, etc. Obviously, these decisions also affect the total cost of operating the service, which can be expensive regardless of whether we operate this in-house or contract with an operator to run it on our behalf. If we do decide to pilot a shuttle service like this, we envision our measure of success will be the utilization rate by workers. Staff will continue work on this feasibility study in 2025 and report results via our regular GTAP updates to leadership. Next slide, please. So here's a table of SCA Moves related budget requests filed for 2025, and I do want to note that our operations planning amount is about $160,000 based on our most recent estimate instead of the $100,000 you see listed there. With that, the amount totals in 2025 to just over $1.2 million. We're also showing what amount we anticipate asking for in 2026. That cost represents what it would take to operate a TMA for a full year. I should note that these amounts include funding for the cost of a potential transit pass pilot program, which we know the Commission is still developing policy around. Next slide, please. And so naturally, after seeing that slide, you might ask, how are we going to pay for SCA moves? One potential revenue source is a fee added onto our tenant employee parking program. We feel a good use of the fee is to help pay for our TMA and potentially to help subsidize the operational cost of an employee commuter bus service. Charging fees on our parking program and using that revenue for programming that encourages use of non-drive-alone modes is consistent with transportation demand management best practice.
Just to interject in this point, first off, there's an estimated forecast of 12,000 employees here as a note. Of course, any growth in our program would result in higher revenues than our forecast. The second thing is that these are aviation funds and that they're being charged to aviation employees who are parking with us. And those funds would have to be dedicated to airport uses. And so we just want to make sure that's clear. When we do program them, they'll be dedicated to things like the TMA and the programming that support employees here at the airport.
Thank you, Peter. And next slide, please. All right, so this is our last slide showing our next steps. We've already begun work on our employee commuter bus feasibility study, as I mentioned, and that work will continue throughout 2025. You also see the Transit Pass program work listed here. We're preparing to execute on forthcoming Commission policy directive. And finally, we hope to make a selection for SCA Moves operations and vendor support in Q2 of 2025 with the opening and chartering of SCA Moves officially the following quarter. And that concludes the formal presentation, so Peter and I are here and happy to take questions.
Thank you, David, for that presentation, and thank you, Peter, as well. I will now open it up to questions from commissioners. Commissioner Calkins.
First off, it's a real pleasure to have you here presenting to us. I remember, 7 years ago now, this idea kind of first emerging, and to have someone in the role and doing such an effective job in getting this started. I know that it must feel like you're herding cats, because I remember 7 years ago I used to say, oh, there's 350 different businesses operating at SEA, and I think you told me last week there's nearly 800 businesses. Is that right?
Over 800 companies represented in our badge data.
That's incredible. So that is a lot of potential members to this TMA. I was also really encouraged to hear Cassie from Alaska today mention their support for the TMA. Obviously, as representing about 50% of operations, they are a huge potential partner for this. And so I hope that you have a good working relationship with them and also our partners at Delta. And I just want to emphasize how critically important I think this is, not because of the data from 2024, but what we anticipate to be the data that we will gather in 2030 around how people are coming and going from the airport. And so it isn't that we are simply trying to address a problem that's static and that is already a challenge. It's that we are seeing things get more and more challenging if we just simply try to address it using the same status quo tools we have. So I think this is excellent. I have always appreciated seeing real-world examples of successful TMAs or commute trip reduction programs. And the final thing I'll say is that I think there are very few things that convince people more than experiencing it themselves. And so anything that we can do to encourage passengers and employees to try a different mode just once, just see how it works. I know that, when I have the opportunity to travel with my kids and we're able to take light rail, for them, the vacation starts when they get on light rail because they love that experience. And so, that from that kind of anecdotal experience, I really, I just want to really lift up the work that you're doing. I think it's going to be vital to all of the values that we're seeking to achieve here, whether it's congestion reduction, environmental benefits, the overall passenger experience for folks. These are really critically important things for us. So thanks so much, David.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cho and then Commissioner Fellman.
Oh, I was on the whole time. I appreciate the presentation. Obviously, we had our briefing, and so I asked most of the tough questions before. But one point that I wanted to make was that, as we think about workforce development and the needs of this organization going forward, I think this is not just a worker recruitment tool, but also a worker retention tool, not just for the Port of Seattle, but also all those who call the airport as tenants. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing how this study kind of pans out. I know I've asked very specific questions about how we're approaching it and what we're thinking about, given the demographic and the geographic area and the dispersion of our workers. But I think I would encourage the team to be very creative in their approach, right? And obviously we have a lot of partners on the side, the Sound Transits and the metros of this world. But I do think there's probably gaps that we can probably fill, kind of like what SFO has done with their workers. And so looking forward to those results and contemplating how we'll move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Feldman?
Thanks so much for the presentation, and definitely it's a long time in coming. I have two thoughts. One is, how to put some more wind in your sail to get her going. And I think we don't want to miss the opportunity to take advantage of when you know a train wreck is about to occur. It's rare that you can foresee it, and I call that FIFA. And that when we're going to be, the world's attention is on us. The question is, what are we going to look like? Careful what you ask for. And I think one of the great challenges is going to be, transportation from the airport will be one of those key things. And, I just was at a presentation we made at Puget Sound Business Journal's refracted thing, or reset, or is that refract as well? That's glass artists. But, King County bus service is like one of the things that we can improve on. I think you have to go through West Seattle to get to the airport. I'm just wondering whether we could just use the impending crush of FIFA to sort of kickstart some programs, maybe get some federal funding for some programs that we could try to have stick into the future. So I just don't want to miss the opportunity to not miss the opportunity. The other thing is, and we discussed before on the briefing, I think, that in terms of what are the incentives that actually move the bar, and what experience do we have to demonstrate that that's the case? And I believe the whole goal here is like a 20% reduction. Is that like the 20% of single passenger vehicle?
The 20% number is something that you'll actually hear in the presentation, the third presentation, about the parking lot expansion and leases. And we incorporated a assumed 20% reduction in demand for parking as a result of the TMA into our projection of the demand for parking into the future. And, the two key points I'll say. One is, even with that 20% reduction, there's still a great demand for parking. And two, a 20% reduction from a TMA would be an incredible achievement. We would be the world's leading TMA when it comes to a percent number like that. And so I want to caution, maybe set some expectations that, I'm not sure that's officially a target, but it certainly is something we've assumed in our planning for parking, a pretty optimistic assumption.
And just to follow on that, I think David touched on at the end of his comment in terms of the planning for parking, and we have to embed this process and this concept of a TMA into our thinking and into our planning and our programming. And so that's what that percentage reflects, is that we have that goal. We have some other moves that we're making on the supply side, but we want to reduce demand as well.
Right. Well, how aspirational that goal is, and putting some bounds of confidence around that goal would be helpful to know what reasonable expectations are. But we've been trying to do this with our own employees for some time, and we've been implementing various incentive programs. The question I asked previously was, what documentation do we have that it's been successful, and to what degree? And so, if it's working well for us, then keep up the good work. If it needs more goosing, let us know. So I'm hoping we'll have those data to reflect on the effectiveness of our initial aspirations. And that was that for our own employees, that was 20% as well?
Well, actually,
Did we have an a priori goal to shoot for?
the resolution that was passed in July 2019 that established our ground transportation framework that Peter showed on the first slide actually reaffirms the 65% goal of drive-alone rates for the Port of Seattle as an employer here in the city of Sea-Tac. So the city of Sea-Tac sets that drive-alone rate aspirational goal, and we as an employer based here in the city of Sea-Tac, that is our goal. And the commission resolution reaffirms that. So we do have a measurement that we want to achieve for our employees here in the city of Sea-Tac.
Do we know how close we've gotten?
No, I'm not sure if that would be a question I think that we can get back to you on.
Okay, last thing, was this news to me was that we're going to need legislation to treat the airport as like one employer, as like one job center in order to help get this thing going. Could you help explain that?
Well, I think we were in discussion about the controlling legislation on CTR identifies specific hours, which if you have employees commute during those hours, then you're affected. If that's part of the calculation. And because we have employees who show up at 3 a.m., not 6 a.m., it would be outside then that controlling legislation. So the question is, how could we change that, RCW to reflect our employees, and could we develop legislation around that idea?
I do want to stress, that the commute trip reduction statute and the law here in Washington State, it does have that 6 to 9 a.m. window, which is how companies get defined as to whether or not they have to comply with the requirements of that statute. Of course, there's nothing stopping companies that do not fall within that definition to do their own commute trip reduction work and programming. And that's the point of us establishing a TMA, is to assist with the many companies here that may not officially be defined in state law, but still obviously are struggling with getting their employees to work.
But level playing fields make it, I think, better for a lot of businesses.
Yeah, I do, and I think it makes it a little clearer about what resources might be available as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hasagawa.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate just the comprehensive approach this work embodies to address a number of issues. And I appreciate that the slides actually very clearly lay that out. In slide 2, you discuss the guiding principles being to reduce environmental impact, reduce roadway congestion, and improve the customer choice and experience. You also identify social equity and generating revenue for a sustainable airport. And then you designate the goals. And we have a number of different initiatives with the SCA moves. And so one of those includes a pilot for a bus feasibility study. Can you talk a little bit about what success of a pilot bus program would be measured as?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a very clear measurement of success would be the utilization rate by the broad airport workforce.
And how would that be measured? Is that through swipes? Is that through, how do you do that?
Well, I mean, we would have the bus drivers, I imagine, would keep head counts of folks that board. Okay. We could get into operational details in terms of, the number of cars that park at the offsite location where the bus picks folks up. It's pretty easy, I think, to track, ridership numbers like that.
Awesome. And then you've identified potential routes and operation. Would this study identify optimal operational hours?
Yes.
Or have we already identified those?
We would identify those hours. We have an inkling because we know where our employees, when they commute and they come to work in our parking lots.
Right.
But we'd want to assess that as well because the trip's a little bit longer. It's a little different trip when you're taking a bus.
Because we have information about where our workforce lives also, and then we're comparing that to information about peak hours. And so what would potential expansion, so you've talked about success being ridership. What would potential implementation or expansion of a program look like?
I think implementation, we're looking at a over-the-road kind of service to employees in a designated centralized locations, but they're transit hubs because you want to have connectivity to other regional services. You know, if we were successful, I think we'd look at other locations with a concentration of employees. We're looking south of the airport because we know we have data that demonstrates that they live south of the airport. But if there's other locations where we can get the similar benefits, then we would look at those kind of services.
Awesome. Has there been consultation or input from partner agencies such as King County Metro or Sound Transit?
We have not reached out to Sound Transit and Metro yet because we're still trying to establish what our baseline is, and that's what. But that would be a follow-on.
And then what sort of public engagement will happen so that folks are engaged and know that they should start utilizing an opportunity?
One of the first steps of this study is to do a pretty extensive survey of employees here at the airport to try and capture both what they're currently doing, how they get to work currently, and then what they potentially would like to do. You know, if we offer a shuttle service like this, would they take us up on it? And so that survey is designed to capture the opinions of the broad workforce.
And to be clear, that's a point-in-time survey of the current workforce and the current needs to not consider growth or future needs. For example, if we were to do siting for a child care facility or something like that, taking into account folks' routes, how is there flexibility down the line to adapt to future growth and future identified needs?
Well, sure. Besides getting information on our employees from this survey, the survey will also feed into our quite robust travel demand model, which we have for the airport, which can model the effect of various policy changes we make. Something like trip chaining, like you're talking about, where an individual has to drop their kid off at daycare and then come to work. That's what models are designed to look at. And that's for both passengers and employees. So the survey will feed to the model, and the model continues to be a robust tool we'll have in the future to help look at that. Thank you.
Commissioner Coppins.
Sorry to take a second bite of the apple here, but I did want to ask about a particular mechanism and whether it's part of the consideration, which is, I know that for many employees or workers at the airport, parking is provided, and that is sometimes a part of a contract through representation or, just sort of the way things have been and will always be. And so I'm wondering if we're examining an approach in which parking is an opt-in, that in lieu of, say, an equivalent amount of salary or compensation, they could choose to opt into parking, knowing that, currently parking at, say, the North Employee parking lot is about $100 a month. I could choose to take that as compensation and not opt into the parking. And the reason I ask that is because I know that in many commute trip reduction programs, that little nudge can have pretty significant benefits in terms of marginal gains to achieving the 65%, let's say. We don't need everybody to take it, but if we can get a portion, even a small portion, it can mean that we don't have to build that next parking lot, or it encourages people to consider carpooling or mass transit or some other mechanism to coming. So rather than it being just a sort of default, I get this thing, now I'm really having to think economically, would it make more sense to forego that $100 a month, that $1,200 a year that I could use for groceries or pet insurance or whatever else is priority, and instead and figure out ways to use another mode rather than driving myself to the parking lot.
So as part of this work, we aren't including that scope initially, but I think there is, as part of the broader policy contemplated by the Commission, what other kind of creative policies could we come up with to do exactly what you're describing? So I think there's still some work to do by staff to craft that legislation or that resolution. But we'll be looking at, I think, first off, in theory, what would be that trade-off and substitution if you were to provide a stipend, for instance, in lieu of some sort of parking benefit, and then what the effect would be. And then there's the question of, what powers, how can we promote that type of activity here at the airport with our tenants? So I think there's kind of two important questions that still have to be answered there. We'd like to assess that, take it back and assess it in 2025. And I think once we kind of finalize our guiding kind of transportation policies for 2024, we'll launch on that effort.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Commissioners. I just wanted to quickly just make a couple of points, no actual questions. Thank you for the presentation, and I really do think the work that you all are doing will help us reach our ultimate goals of reducing our indirect greenhouse gas emissions, Scope 2 and 3. And I really appreciated the briefing that you all provided. We are working on a commission order that we're bringing forward that will fit really well into the TMA plan. And it really does, it centers around ORCA cards, making sure that folks who are employed at this airport have access to those ORCA cards and options that are inexpensive to be able to come to the airport and not have to drive. And so that order it talks about that and a lot of other things that really does align with the work that you all are doing. I met with the city of Kent a while ago, their mayor, Dana Ralph, and the staff over there. And one of the things that they were sharing with us was the need to include the east-west connection and how so many of the folks who live in the city of Kent actually come to the airport for employment, and that's not always captured or discussed in our advocacy work or what we hear as, or what we consider airport communities. They were calling themselves an airport community and talking about the amount of people who do come to this airport for employment. And so as you guys think about that, I just wanted to make that point. And yeah, I look forward to bringing that order. It will come before the commission next month. And with that said, again, thank you for the presentation. I'll move this along.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. All right, hearing no further questions for this item, and there is no action request for this item, I'll ask Clerk Hart, please read the next item into the record, and then Deputy Executive Director Goon will introduce the item for us.
Thank you, Madam Commission President. This is Agenda Item 10B, authorization for the Executive Director to execute all documents related to assuming a long-term ground lease and purchasing related improvements and 2 acres of fee-owned property from Stock Owner LLC. This is the seller, located at 18000 International Boulevard, Sea-Tac, Washington, and consisting of 17.7 acres, 3-building office campus, and the requested amount of $122 million.
Commissioners, as we often discuss, space is tight at the airport, and this includes space for administrative functions that support operations. The purchase we are requesting your approval on today, a 3-building office building property portfolio, substantially increases the port's flexibility in accommodating requests for office space. And as you will see in the presentation, the purchase creates opportunities to better meet our partners' and employees' needs within the terminal and in the immediate adjacent property. With us today is Kira Lees, Director of Real Estate Development and Economic Development, and Rick Duncan, Director AV Business and Properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Goon, and good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm happy to bring forward this presentation and this opportunity to ease many of the current challenges that we all find with being on one of the West Coast's smallest footprints as an airport. Problems that are experienced by passengers, by airport workers, by their line businesses, by all of us. Hopefully these next 2 propositions will offer some relief. This is the result of a partnership between the Economic Development Department and my own services as your Real Estate Development Director, as well as AV Properties, represented here by Rick Duncan, but there are literally dozens of people behind me that have supported the evaluation of this work. So we're happy to bring these implementations forward to you on our real estate plan that we did for SCA back in 2023. Next slide. As noted, we're asking for the permissions for the executive director to execute a purchase and sale agreement on the stock property across the street here on International Boulevard and all of its appurtenances. We're also requesting commission approval for up to $122 million for the property, which includes the cost of the property and associated transactional costs. I do want to note for the record that the stock property went through a formal name change last year and is now called International Place, but for ease of presentation purposes, I will continue to talk about the stock throughout this presentation. Next slide, please. In 2023, AV Properties and Real Estate Development did a evaluation of the real pain, I guess we'll call it, to try to put some data points to some of the lack of flexibility we have in housing our own endeavors, our own terminal construction projects, and actually some of our business partners seeking space at the airport or near the airport through our divisions. We did a study that revealed what we all feel every day, which is what I call the elbow room challenges for upgrades for necessary operations within the terminal, the constraints for staging terminal construction projects, which greatly impacts the customer experience of the airport, and the lack of office availability for new airport business operations that we think impacts the competitiveness. We were able to dialogue with a dozen or more of our directors in the aviation space to understand exactly what constraints exist so we could try to find opportunities to solve them. Next slide, please. Let me go to the, yeah. So in addition to studying the demands that we are currently experiencing, and particularly the unmet demands, we also were asked to look for opportunities to acquire property that could relieve some of that. As you know, we're in an active marketplace in the surrounding communities in Sea-Tac in particular, and though we identified many dozens of needs, finding off-market opportunities where there were very few opportunities to buy property was really going to be our only approach. Now, with regard to the stock property, we've actually had some residency in this over 500,000 square foot set of buildings for many years. Since 2015, we've been leasing about 50,000 square feet of space. And when we first started working through the study, our first approach was to reach out to ownership to see if they would be willing to lease us additional space. There had some vacancies, full floor vacancies that were quite appealing to us. But as we got deeper into the study, we realized that we probably could use the whole thing. So in focusing on that, we did make an initial outreach to the ownership group to see if they would entertain an unsolicited offer, and they were willing to do that. That's what brought us here to this point today. That was back in February of last year, or February of this year. And what I'm going to talk about in the rest of my presentation here is exactly, what we are suggesting that we purchase, and a little bit about the work that we'll do to really establish ourselves going forward in this property if we complete the sale. But we do note that of all the properties evaluated nearby, and real estate with proximity to the airport was our first order of business, there aren't many opportunities at all in that regard. This one was uniquely available to provide for a number of solutions for us today. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we've been in this building since 2015. Initially, our leases were for engineering and support for the construction of the International Arrivals Facility. As we noted, we actually initially began to negotiate on the open floors in the North Tower, and they have been kept vacant for us as we switched from negotiating a lease to negotiating a sale. So the current team that is managing the property forewent, I guess, some income on this property, leaving this opportunity open to us. But we find it to be a well-managed office property right now with 38 tenants, with leases that range from 1 year to 10, including the federal government, airlines, contractors, and others. In the potential for short-term solutions at the SEA that we imagine studying and have no specific plans for today, but just noting the interest in consolidating support police into a single location, well, that could happen here. Additional parking, yeah, we have that. Airport Information Communications Center, something sought after and priced out, we can do that economically in this building. Remote badging, a great opportunity with some of the retail space available to do that. I'm not going to read this list to you, although I kind of have, but I just want to mention that we have a lot of opportunities in this space to support our airline partners and to support ourselves with operational needs going forward. It is an income-producing property that is well managed and professionally managed for decades. Next slide, please. So what are we talking about? Just an overview of what we would be purchasing with this action and a finalized purchase and sale agreement. The Sea-Tac Office Center occupies 17.7 acres of space across International Boulevard. It consists of 3 buildings, a south tower, a north tower, and a smaller building 3, which is both office space and covered parking, for a total of 548,702 square feet of property under roof. There are currently 1,584 parking stalls available, both inside and outside, and a small fee parcel. This property operates under the terms of a very long-term ground lease that is owned by a third party. We would be acquiring the interest in that tenancy, in that ground lease, through to 2117. And we looked at this opportunity in light of the terms of the ground lease, which would allow us to provide for additional development on this footprint where we would pursue that down the road. So that's, I can talk more about the ground lease if there are questions, but that's the nature of this long-term ground lease. Next slide, please. As I said, we approached ownership with an unsolicited offer. Law requires us to appraise the property in order to make offers. We appraised it without recognizing our occupancy interest or future tenancy. That's, leaving about a 17% vacancy rate. But we also acknowledged our additional interest in the property. We wanted to provide an appealing offer, and we initially offered $110 million. That was rejected by ownership, who countered with $130 million, providing their own appraisal, which we rejected. Thus, we entered into a stage of final negotiations where the port manifested an offer of $120 million. And that was accepted, and that was the terms of our engagement today around a purchase and sale agreement. With the 120 in mind, we entered into a non-binding letter agreement to flesh out initial terms that would eventually be extended into a full purchase and sale agreement, which we are finalizing the negotiation around as of today. The letter agreement also provided for a window for us to do extensive due diligence on the property to assure ourselves the building was in appropriate condition for our occupancy, that we understood its deficiencies when we owned it, and to flag any condition issues that cause us enough concern to want to walk away from the purchase or to reconsider the purchase. We are almost through that due diligence activity today, and I can give you some limited reporting on that if you have questions. There was also a right of first refusal in the ground lease that we cleared with the support of the seller and began to negotiate on the purchase and sale agreement against the letter agreement terms that we've discussed. And that purchase and sale agreement was one of the attachments in its draft form that was part of your commission briefing deck. Next slide, please. In addition to the position in the ground lease and the improvements. We'll also inherit all the existing tenants under their current terms, albeit with lease modifications that are legally required by the port. We will inherit all the existing property management contracts, and we'll continue with also additional modifications that are required by law. We will also inherit the existing service contracts, again, with those modifications, and we foresee future port procurement processes and fulfilling some services in the buildings. There are also two, three generators on site to provide for emergency electrical power needed, and they're in excellent condition. All furnishings, fixtures, interiors, landscaping, signage, branding associated with the property also come to us, along with that 2-acre fee parcel that I mentioned. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there's 548,702 square feet across the 3 buildings, currently about 17% vacant. Some held off leasing by the port, with 38 tenants with durable lease terms that have had their credit evaluated. These are primarily triple net leases. That means that the tenants pay the expenses. They do have parking associated with their lease, so we can't inherit all those parking spaces all at once, and some of them are due to the tenants. And they pay a portion of common area maintenance for the common areas through their leases. Right now, our due diligence shows that the net operating income of the building are about $9.25 million a year net of expenses. So that's an income stream that we are also entitled to. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we're engaged in extensive due diligence and have been since the middle of August to evaluate and investigate the condition of the property in material and legal terms. That's reviewing all documents pertaining to the building, including all leases, all of their current contracts, their accounting system, balance sheets, service agreements, and so forth. This due diligence is provided under contract with Kidder Matthews, who are specialists, and Heartland LLC on various aspects of the building's condition, its market performance, its leasing and management condition, its financial condition, and so forth. In addition to having these third-party firms review due diligence and perform it, we also have port reviewers in key places and key expertise providing oversight into the due diligence activity to confirm and review those condition reports and establish some baselines and some comments for us to consider before we waive due diligence. Next slide, please. The work ahead, as I mentioned, we are still in due diligence period, which is set to terminate on November 14th, so it's fast approaching. That waiver of due diligence will be our final opportunity to decide against purchasing the property. So with your vote today, you're not confirming that we will buy, but that we may. We will have a period to reconcile what we discover in due diligence with the ownership team and confirm that the price is reasonable given the condition survey that we've conducted. So that's a further negotiation on our heels. And then finally to close on the property in the conventional way through escrow. Post-closing, we will begin a period of integrating this asset into our overall asset portfolio at the airport, and this is going to be the work primarily conducted by my partner in crime here, Rick Duncan and his team, as we enter into a full year of planning to investigate how to best utilize the building, what capital projects we would sequence first to make improvements to the building, bring it up to the standard for the Port of Seattle, and so forth. We expect to be doing that post-close planning in the early part of 2025, and then enter into a period of programming, that is to actually design the spaces to be utilized and to develop a 10-year program plan to fully integrate the property over that period. That period will also integrate with our capital budget process, so you should expect to see some reporting from us in concert with our regular budget activities for 2026 as we bring forward the programmatic plan and costs associated with making improvements in the near term. And we expect to bring to you a full business plan of how this property will perform in operations over the next 5 years, alongside that programming report with the budget next year. Next slide, please. So just some next steps. We're going to complete the due diligence here in coming weeks, close on the property sometime in the first quarter of 2025. We will begin that property utilization plan right on the heels of our closing, and you will see a staffing and capital plan in Q4 in association with our regular annual budget process and CIP process. Next slide. So, for both of us, what questions can we answer for you?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll open it up for questions. I saw Commissioner Hasakawa and Commissioner Faulkner.
I have one question that I forgot to ask in our briefing, which is, what is the zoning for this parcel? How much flexibility do we have in the future to develop it, how we want to develop it?
I don't know off the top of my head, but pretty much what the title of it is, but it's commercially zoned. It probably has an overlay with the aviation demands, and we can do pretty much anything that you would imagine we would want to do, right? In terms of, would we want to build structured parking? We can probably do that. Additional building, we can do that. Sort of the conventions of commercial business, and all the associating requirements for that zoning with access and so forth would have to be taken into consideration. But we have liberal rights to develop it in tandem with its current use. Say that again?
At the risk.
Yes, I would assume some restrictions on height and other things.
At the risk of giving Lance a heart attack, does that include hospitality?
It probably includes hospitality, sir, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hasakawa.
I'm taking a look at slide 6.
Negotiations, yeah.
Slides. Am I too far along on the PowerPoint? No.
Can we?
Okay, well, there was a.
You've been muted. To unmute yourself, press *6.
All right, I think we're
You
back.
are no longer muted.
I think she's trying to get back to slide 6.
She is trying to get, there we go.
Oh, I think you.
That's perfect. Yep. Commissioner Hasakawa.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm just looking at this. What sort of opportunities does this mean to be able to improve the building to be aligned with best practices and some of our goals for to reduce our carbon emissions?
Yeah, so one of the things we might look at in particular in terms of upgrading the facility from what we understand from its current property assessor or the current evaluation that's been going on for due diligence is to look at our systems HVAC and the building envelope. Those are the most consequential when we're really talking about sustainability and operating efficiently. Is the operational efficiency is the way that you get at improvements. This is a 1970s era set of properties, so upgrading to a contemporary green building standard might be tough, but I think we're going to see measures taken to improve the building envelope and over time replace the HVAC systems to a better operating standard.
Yeah, it's important to me that as we acquire properties that we assert ourselves as like the best thing that's ever happened to this property. And so I'd like to just take the opportunity to be able to acknowledge what that potential is. And I see on the peripheral some trees. In the presentation, we were able to look a little closer, and most of them look like they were volunteer trees or, not native, noxious weeds, perhaps. And just taking into consideration this land stewardship plan that we're so proud of, and what's the potential here to be able to do something, something green, new, different, better than what this property has going on right now?
Yeah, I think over time, and you'll see this when we bring our plans forward to you in 2025, is how do we integrate with these standards that we've set for ourselves, given what the property allows us to do in terms of its operational efficiencies. Certainly, we're going to look for opportunities to upgrade to our highest standard in every occasion as we go forward in capital projects. That would be our routine, working with the sustainable evaluation framework and our partners in environmental.
Right, this is ground zero of a concrete jungle, and if you're to overlay the heat maps, we'll know that this is exactly where some of those disparities exist. And so if we could look at these properties and the holistic potential for them when we make these acquisitions, I think that's a prudent step for us.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Commissioner Hasagawa. Commissioner Cho.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
You've been
This
muted.
guy.
No.
Thanks for the presentation, Kara. Obviously, we've received several between when you first started exploring this and today. I'm curious, did we ever consider purchasing the property without Building 3?
I think we looked at several permutations, but Building 3 offers some unique advantages to us. I think if you remember.
Kidney Center, isn't it?
They lease probably a third of it.
Oh, it's so the whole thing is in the Kidney Center.
No, that's correct. Yeah, there are several tenants, including ourselves. In fact, that's where the current 47,000 square feet of leasing we do is in that Building 3 property.
Oh, got it. That's actually really good clarification. I thought we were in the towers.
One day soon.
Yeah. Well, we're not making any promises here, but yes. And then, obviously, we just received a good briefing on our employee transportation program. This will add significantly to our parking stalls, and so one could be looking at two different initiatives as conflicting. Could you just explain why this is still a necessary move despite the transportation program that we were just briefed on?
Yeah, we have another item coming forward on parking, and our assessment of this was really not to look at the parking field as an opportunity. In fact, if this was a fully tenanted property, most of this parking demand would be met by the tenants in the property. So a lot of the vacancy that you see there is just opportunity for us. In fact, we have a lease for parking here for some of the surplus parking. So we never really looked at it as a parking opportunity, more of an office opportunity. Do you want to add some color to that?
The free parking spaces that would not be associated with a lease it's nominal. There are some, but it's not enough to move the needle in any way. Maybe a couple hundred, where we might need a couple thousand.
Yeah, and I presume whatever study that is being done around the employee transportation program will take into account.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Commissioner Fellman.
Well, building on Commissioner Cho's point, that it's clearly has potential for parking growth. And so we need to make sure that it's accounted for. So I think that was a point that I'd like to definitely emphasize. And I'm also just in terms of parking demand, insatiable demand for that, I just really believe that, we keep on talking about the land constraints of the port. And so the idea of just continuing to have, to the degree we need parking, to have it be one level parking just runs completely contrary to our call for better utilization of space. So I just want to make sure that we're minimizing the need for parking, and to the degree that we do add parking, that it's not sprawl. So, and then in support of Commissioner Hasagawa's point of the concrete jungle this area exists in, I believe from a previous briefing we heard that the roof needs replacement in the not too distant future, and that to the degree that green roofs are possible here, I understand we just installed our first, and obviously they require a little bit more load bearing, but to the degree that would be one of the ways in which we could do some stormwater maintenance and things like that. I'm just hoping that you investigate that, and maybe I'll get muted. All right, thank you.
We will.
We lost the call.
Conferencing center.
Dialing back in.
Please enter a conference ID followed by pound.
Thank you for bearing with the technical difficulties in this room. I appreciate it. we are working actively to
You're
resolve
now
them.
joining the meeting.
Thank you. We're back in.
You've asked your question.
Yes, so, yeah, Commissioner Feldman is alluding to a condition report on the roof, and that is part of the building envelope, so ripe for opportunities for upgrading to a more sustainable standard as part of the building envelope. So we'll see that coming forward as part of our capital plan next year, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I think there's opportunity as well as, purchasing the facility allows us to do stuff like that, where if we just continued renting it, it would stay as it is today. And I think the second benefit is that we're reduce, reuse, recycle, right? Like, we're not building new, we're not starting from scratch. Even the next agenda item where we, acquire the parking lots, they're already paved parking lots. We're not taking greenfield and just, paving it down. So I think there is benefit to that, that is what we don't have to do later because we're taking advantage of what's already been built.
I'm glad it's not North Sea-Tac Park.
But, Director Duncan makes a good point here. Probably the most sustainable form of construction is to buy a building that already exists and all its embodied carbon is in place.
Any other questions?
Well, just because a parking lot exists doesn't mean we can't make it better.
For sure.
Great. Hearing no further questions for this item, is there a motion and a second to approve item number 10B?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. Commissioners, is there any additional discussions or debate on this item?
I just do want to commend you. This is a huge accomplishment of having a huge piece of property in such proximity to the airport. The fact that you were able to close such a deal, not to be underestimated. We're always talking about what could we do better, but, this bird in the hand is huge. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate
I
that.
definitely second it. It's not closed quite yet, but
This goes a long way.
we're looking forward to hearing good news. Clerk Hart, please call the roll for the vote. Commissioners, please say aye or nay when your names are called.
Thank you for approval of item 10B, beginning with Commissioner Calkins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Fellman.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. 5 ayes, 0 nays for this item.
Very good. The motion passes. Clerk Hart, please read the next item into the record, and then Deputy Executive Goon will introduce the item for us.
Thank you. This is Agenda Item 10C, authorization for the Executive Director to execute 3 30-year ground leases with International Boulevard LLC, Sea-Tac Investments LLC, and M Park LLC for 3 parking facilities located adjacent to SEA, to execute 2 purchase option agreements, to authorize funds totaling $1,800,000 to reimburse landlords for pre-possession improvements, with annual rent for the leases totaling $6,800,000.
All right.
Commissioners, did I mention that space is a premium at SEA? For many years, the airport has had a long wait list for workers asking for airport parking. With today's action, we will expand parking options to better meet that demand. And before we hear the presentation on this item, I wanted to comment that we have heard your direction that the airport needs to continue focusing on improving access for all modes and not just single occupancy vehicles. I want to join you in commending all the staff who presented today on the ground transportation access plan and this parking strategy for their close collaboration, and to you, commissioners, for your clear direction and support. Thank you. Joining us is Kara Lees and Rick Duncan.
Good
Take it away.
afternoon again. Hearing the dialogue earlier about the ground transportation plan made me think of a couple stories that I kind of want to start with. The first one is we have a mid-size airline here a few months ago that had a hiring event. They were hiring 23 people. 10 of them did not show up the first day. And when they called them up and asked what happened, they said that we couldn't find parking. There's no available to get to work. We're going to go somewhere else that it's easy to drive. And so, it's obvious from a business perspective that this issue is hurting our tenants. And the second story, I was talking to a server at one of our restaurants here at the airport a few weeks ago, and her story was that
She's been on the waiting list for about 7 months now, and her boyfriend drives her to work every morning from Kent and picks her up every evening from Kent. And she was worn out and tired, and she's like, I can't do this much longer. So, those are anecdotal, but I think they do tell a story of this issue that we've been dealing with for a good part of a decade now. And so, moving on to the more science behind the issue and the problems that we've been encountering here. Do we have the deck? Uh-oh. Right during my story,
We have to
too.
dial back in. So we have to dial back in. You can continue to speak, but you're going to hear that dial tone, okay? Apologies.
Now I've been muted.
Welcome to the audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference ID followed by pound. You are now joining the meeting.
Clerk Hart,
Yes.
does the rules require for us to have a virtual option?
No, they do not. However, we do have a number of people on the call virtually right now.
Do we have people on the call that are presenting that are on virtually? Because if not, I would say if this happens again, we should suspend it.
One moment. In person.
I think just Lance at the start of the SAMP presentation, so we'll make sure he's can get on to intro that.
Okay.
Yes, and everybody
As well,
else
he's on
is
virtually now.
in
Yes.
person. Yeah.
Okay, if not, we should address this to make sure that this is not happening for our next meetings.
We've been trying for the last 2 meetings. We will continue.
Okay. Are we on now?
Yes.
We are.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Thank you. Do we have the presentation? Next slide, please. All right, as mentioned, the actions that we are requesting authorization to sign 2 30-year ground leases with an option to purchase after the 20-year mark, and then 1 27-year ground lease with International Boulevard LLC, better known as Master Park. This is for 3 parking lots, including funds for $1.8 million for reimbursable, just TIs to get the lots ready for us. And the leases will be $6.8 million per year plus 3% escalation. Next slide, please. So today's current parking program, if you're familiar with Nepal on the north side of the airport, it has 4,320 parking stalls, and there is a cap of 12,000 passes. Today there is a 1,860 person waiting list, which is up probably 600 over the last few months, which is, goes back to the story about my server friend who is dealing with this issue. And there are currently 32 FTEs running buses and 10-minute headways. And the flight kitchens, which are in the area, they have approximately 1,000 other workers that are asking to be part of the program that we have unfortunately had to tell them no because we just didn't have the space. And so they are also asking to join the program. Next slide. So here's some studies that we did about the parking program and its current status. You could see here that in 2024, we are approximately 1,200 to 2,000 spaces short. And this problem is just going to get larger and larger over the next number of years. So we have here kind of a high and low estimate depending on how the study was done, and then also if you include the flight kitchens, how that gets even worse. Next slide, please. So Kira and I went up and down International Boulevard, started knocking on doors. and we found some opportunities here. Lot A, Lot C, and Lot M, part of the master park inventory, are available for this acquisition. 1.9 acres on Lot A. This would be a walking lot, so we would not have busing there. People could just step across the street. Lot C, down the way near the cemetery. This is the largest lot. It's 1,100 stalls, 8.5 acres. We would have busing to here. And then Lot M, which is adjoining it, another 659 stalls, 6 acres. We would incorporate that into the Lot C busing program. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, Kara and I approached Master Park ownership to explore these opportunities. They did express interest in reducing their portfolio and made a deal for these 3 lots. We negotiated for a good part of a year, and we did compromise with the long-term ground lease with the purchase of option to purchase 2 of them. The reason why M lot is not on the availability is because that is actually a lease with the cemetery, so they did not have the authority to sell it. We do need some pre-possession improvements. That includes restriping, turning it into a self-park. Right now it is set up for valet, which means cars are parked 3-4 deep, which would not work for employees. And then we will have a phased-in approach where we will take a couple of lots right away and then the last of the lots towards next summer. Next slide, please. A little closer view of Lot A across the street, 300 stalls. It's about 1,400-foot walk to the terminal. This one is the 30-year ground lease with an option to buy at 20 years. And we do have full flexibility with land use, construction, parking, et cetera. Next slide, please. Here's Lot C, down International Boulevard adjacent to the cemetery. It does have the availability between 1,100 and 1,500 stalls, depending on how we stripe it. 8.5 acres with the option to buy after 20 years. Similar options for us in construction and parking and use. Improvements are estimated to be about $640K for this particular lot. Next slide. And then Lot M, which is sort of right behind our ground transportation lot and right next to the Lot C, 659 stalls. This is actually currently not being used for passenger parking or any type of parking, actually. It's Master Park uses it with Amazon for kind of a last mile driver delivery kind of center. So if you go over there, you'll see a lot of Amazon delivery trucks just parked there and then they disappear in the day. This also has a lot of flexible uses. We would not be able to construct on it because it's owned by the cemetery, so we'd have to work with them. Next. So here's that similar graph I showed you earlier, but with the recommendations. So instead of 4,334 total stalls, we would now have 6,159, and we would have enough inventory to meet our demands even with the flight kitchens. And as David mentioned earlier today, through this, we also put in a 20% reduction because of the TMA. So this would be the demand with those reduced demand, 20%. Next. So here's a lot of numbers. Essentially, it's the number, it's the details behind the math, the cost of the lots, depreciation, and also including in there is the estimated TMA cost per month, and that's revenue, and how many stalls. So projected passes, excuse me. So doing the math, this is what gets us to what our estimated per pass cost will be, if it's a completely cost recovery model or if it's if we have a phase-in program in some way. Kira? Oh, okay. Please, next slide. So this was a big concern to us. Putting in this type of money, how does it impact the cost to the parkers? And if you look at the red line on the top, that is at a full cost recovery. And it's not right, you know, it's not equitable to have all the parkers pay all of that until the program can catch up with the number of parking people. parking people? Yeah, number of parkers. So if you look in the blue line here, that's our phase-in target. So we're going to use a variety of operations, construction laydown, cargo staging, GSE storage, rental car storage, airport funds, and possibly even ground transportation to find different cost buckets, revenue buckets to try to stabilize that phase-in target so that the cost will still increase for the parkers, but not to, unreasonable levels. Okay, next. So here's an overview of when we should be taking possession of the lots. We're hoping to get the lease executed by December or end of November, and then take Lot A 1st of January, Lot C in June, and Lot M in July. Next. All right, and we do have Peter here who runs the parking program for any detailed questions.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions at this time? You're welcome to go first, always.
So we're taking over parking lots, going to use them as parking lots. The current operator, I'm sure, has a trove of data about costs, revenues. How much of that information do we have access to?
Well, conceivably as much as we want, but I just want to caution that these are primarily worked as commercial passenger lots, and we're converting them for operational needs for our employee parking. And the improvements that we're talking about doing pre-possession are really to convert the lots from a valet parking environment to, our conventional swipe-in self-park lots. So that's not going to tell us a lot about our operating costs, but we do have, as part of our evaluation under due diligence, we have invested in understanding the condition of the property and how its operation has been planned for over time. We have that as part of our due diligence.
So I guess I'm struggling with essentially what I'm seeing here is we're going to lose money on these for a while. If we're not charging full cost recovery,
yeah,
is that another way of saying it? We're going to subsidize these parking lots.
So there is going to be a subsidization in there, but there is a lot of various ways we can fill that gap. For instance, construction laydown, which means we could possibly capitalize some of those costs, using it for operations that would come out of airport funds, but it would be through that cost center. So we are looking at, or even taking the lots at a later time, like next summer versus right away, to try to diffuse the impact of the cost of those lots.
I guess the way I want to think about it is, if we're making the case that these are operational necessities. We're growing. I think when I started, we were roughly 20,000 workers at the airport. I think we're up to 27,000. Is that right? So, yeah, I mean, like, the math is fairly clear. We need more spaces, even if we're successfully driving down the percentage of total employees or workers at the airport that are driving themselves to and from. And I just wouldn't want to go outside of the airport finances to, I wouldn't want to use levy funds or other sources of cash to subsidize what we are arguing is an operational need for the airport. So if, staying below cost recovery because we're recognizing that in some ways it's shifting a burden to workers that, I get that. On the other hand, if this is a necessity for everyone operating at the airport, then I think it needs to be factored into the larger cost recovery that we do in this facility.
Yeah, and it is. So okay. There's no intent to bring any sort of, for lack of a better word, downtown money into this. It would be, through aviation. I think when I say cost recovery model, I meant the parkers themselves, like
Right,
today,
yeah,
the
yeah.
parkers themselves pay for everything, and this would just not be fair to them to see their, rates go up 2.5, 3x, in January. So, but it would be a combination of non-aero revenue or aero revenue, but it would come out of airport funds,
Okay.
not downtown.
And if I could just make one little observation that currently now when we hire contractors on construction projects, they're often needing construction staging. Having access to that may reduce some of our contracting costs over time as well.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
Great. Are there any additional questions? Hearing no further questions for this item, is there a motion and a second to approve item number 10C?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. Commissioners, is there any additional discussions or debate for this item? Hearing,
I just want to reiterate my point about single-story parking is a waste of space.
all right, hearing none, thank you, Commissioner Felleman, for those additional comments. Clerk Hart, please call the roll for the vote. Commissioners, please say aye or nay when your names are called. I was reading the script, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Beginning with Commissioner Calkins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Felleman.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hasakawa.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. 5 ayes, 0 nays for this item.
Thank you so much. The motion passes. We are now at the presentation and staff report section. I will ask Clerk Hart to read the item into the record, and then I'll ask Deputy Executive Goon to introduce the items. But before I do that, I just want to state that I will be departing at 1:45 p.m. today. I'll stay for a little bit of this presentation, but for the public's purpose, I was briefed on this presentation. And I just want to say that SAMP projects will most likely be some of the most important votes that I will take as a commissioner. And while I regret not being able to stay for the full briefing today, this is something that I'm tracking very closely. And as someone who lives in South King County and lives very closely to the airport, I recognize both the positive and negative impacts of living in an airport community. And so with that, I just want the public to know that this is an important issue to me. And lastly, I just want to again state that I did submit a letter to the FAA on behalf of my colleagues, the commission, requesting an extension of the SAMP environmental assessment public comment period for an additional 15 days so that the community can have a full 60-day response period. And I'm looking forward to those community sessions that also will happen and those comments that community members will provide. So with that said, now I'll ask Clerk Hart to read the item into the record, and Executive Director Goon will introduce the item.
Thank you. This is Agenda Item 11A, the Sustainable Airport Master Plan Near-Term Projects Environmental Review, Draft in NEPA Environmental Assessment Findings, and Public Comment Period.
Commissioners, at the airport, a major focus for the last quarter of this year is the publication of the FAA's draft environmental assessment document for the airport's Sustainable Airport Master Plan. Developed under the National Environmental Policy Act, the draft will be available for a 45-day public comment period, which began yesterday and ends December 5th, presently. With the near-term projects, we are proposing a set of actions that will allow SEA to meet forecasted demand to 2032. In total, the plan, which has been conditionally approved by FAA, is 31 near-term projects that will improve efficiency, safety, access to the airport, and support facilities for airlines and the airport. Highlights of the near-term projects include a new terminal with 19 gates, an automated people mover with 3 stations to connect the rental car facility, new terminal, and main terminal. The Sustainable Airport Master Plan has been years in the making, first with the planning and now with the environmental review teams. And while we are already several years into the work, as you will hear today, there is still more analysis to go. We are pleased to reach this major milestone and provide this public briefing as we initiate public review and comment on the draft environmental assessment. Joining us today is Sarah Cox, Director, Aviation, Environmental and Sustainability, and Steve Reibold, Senior Environmental Program Manager, Aviation, Environment and Sustainability, and our very helpful consultant, whose name I'm sorry, I escapes me. Thank you very much. Sarah?
I'm going to take a moment, no problem, to kick us off. Thank you, Deputy Executive Director Goon, and good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Sandy Kilroy, the Senior Director of Environment and Sustainability. So today we will be providing an overview of the Federal Aviation Administration's draft environmental assessment on the port's Sustainable Airport Master Plan near-term projects. And as was just said, the SAMP is an essential step in preparing for the future, and the environmental review is a major milestone that comes after thorough study and analysis. And we are really excited to have this work published, and as of yesterday, out for public review. Very excited about that. I was going to introduce just a little bit about what the environmental review is, and then the agenda for this presentation. The environmental review is prepared under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. NEPA ensures that federal agencies consider the environmental impacts of their actions, and it also ensures that the public has access to that information prior to decisions being made. So in this case, it is a required federal environmental review process that is necessary to support FAA decisions and actions. So under the NEPA, the Port of Seattle, as a sponsor airport, conducts the rigorous and thorough environmental analysis on behalf of and under the direction of the FAA, which in this case is that lead federal agency. So this is a standard FAA procedure with airports around the country. The sponsor airport conducts environmental review, which is under the direction of the FAA. So today is our opportunity to present to you the results of the environmental review. I do want to emphasize that the environmental review, both at the federal review and the state, will be completed before any SAMP near-term projects come forward to the Commission for authorization. In today's presentation, you will first hear from SEA Managing Director Lance Little on the purpose of the Sustainable Airport Master Plan and the importance of SEA to our region. Following this, the environmental team will share the purpose of the review and dive into details on the findings within the draft environmental assessment. And then they will be joined by our external relations colleagues to present our outreach and engagement approach for the public comment period. This is a big team effort across many departments, and we appreciate your patience as we bring the best people forward to present. So the release of this environmental assessment is an important milestone, and I really appreciate the opportunity for all of us to present to you today. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Managing Director Lance, who is there online.
Okay. Thank you, Sandy. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Acting Executive Director Goon. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So as Sandy said earlier, her team will present the analysis of the environmental review in just a few minutes. But let me first provide some background on how SEA serves our community and on the facility development priorities. The purpose of an airport master plan is to develop and propose the airport improvements needed for future forecast demand. This work is one of the earliest efforts to include sustainability directly in the planning, not just as an approach later in the project design. So the master plan at SEA is the Sustainable Airport Master Plan, or SAMP, as we have heard before. Sustainability component of the airport master plan identified where we build, how we build, and how we operate in the existing 3-runway configuration. Next slide, please. So this year we celebrated our 75th anniversary, which is, of course, an amazing milestone. And as you can see, an important takeaway is that our passenger levels basically doubled between 1994 and roughly 2014, 2015. And the growth basically has continued. We recovered from the drop in traffic due to COVID in 3 years, and that was faster than most of our West Coast competitors. And all of this happened, of course, within the existing facility. Next slide. The airport activity follows regional growth. The green line that you're seeing here represents travel passengers at SEA, and the blue line represents the continued growth in the region. The demand for air travel is driven by the needs of our growing population. And the interesting thing about the population growth that's taking place within our region is that they're young, diverse, affluent, and they have a lot of disposable income. And these are all the ingredients that drives the demand for travel. I'd also like to just reiterate again the purpose of travel. People don't travel to go to airports. They travel to go to cities. They travel to go to countries. They travel to go to regions. And they travel for leisure, for business, for medical, educational, religious purpose. So we don't control demand for travel, but what we try to do is to accommodate and serve that demand. Next slide, please. So how do we do this? We have a three-pronged approach. So all the projects that we've been doing over the last few years, the major construction projects, whether it was the Concourse North Satellite renovation or the South Satellite that's coming up, the projects that we're doing with Alaska Airlines now, the international arrival facility that was completed, all the airport dining and retail projects. Those projects are basically to serve the needs that already exist. So that's the first prong. The second, of course, is the master plan that we are talking about today with the over 30 near-term projects, and that is to accommodate the growth that's going to take place. That should get us roughly to about 56 million passengers. After that, we have to do further additional planning and environmental review, and then at some point in time, of course, we have to have that discussion about where we site a new airport. So that's a three-prong approach to actually serve the demand for travel at SEA. Next slide, please. So this slide simply shows the priorities when proposing new facilities as part of a master plan. We talk about these a lot: level of service, forecast for passenger transportation, including multimodal airport congestion, travel time from the roadway through the curves, and managing costs of future facilities. All of these are relevant in the planning process, and you will have seen a lot of these reflected in our long-term strategic objectives and goals that we have. Next slide. Commissioner Feldman, I think at a recent meeting you asked about level of service and what is IATA level of service, and I was explaining that it has some specific measures associated with it. So this is actually taken directly from the IATA reference manual, and it really outlines the specific that goes into trying to meet what we're trying to achieve, which is optimum level of service during peak periods here. You know, what we should expect during the arrivals process, what we should expect during the departures process, how much space we should have when we're sitting in a whole room, how long it should take to get through customs and immigration, through our TSA security, et cetera, et cetera. So this, when we talk about achieving optimum level of service at the airport, this is basically what we're talking about. It's the IATA level of service optimum. Next slide, please. So how do we get there, right? What's the vision? Every analysis that we have done so far have shown that a single campus configuration will only take us so far at this airport. Once we get to about 56 million passengers, if we do not have a second campus, the level of service will deteriorate significantly, and we'll never ever get to an optimum level of service. So all the projects that we're doing right now, whether it's the widened arrival drive, the north main terminal expansion, the IAF that we have already built, the North Satellite renovation, the central terminal, all airport dining and retail. If we do not have a second campus, when we get to 56 million passengers, the level of service will significantly deteriorate. And that's where our near-term project comes in. Next slide. So here in blue are the projects related to a 19-gate terminal, we're going to reconfigure the airport, or propose reconfiguring the airport expressway, and serve both terminals, new ARF, or airport rescue and firefighting, and new maintenance facilities, which will be displaced, additional parking facilities for staff, ground transportation, and receiving and distribution facilities for tenants. Other key projects would include development of off-airport cargo facilities, extension of taxiway Alpha and Bravo, and other airfield improvements, and expansion of the fuel farm to also include SAF as well. Next slide. So this basically shows the north terminal, or proposed north terminal, and the proposed 19 gates. Next slide. This shows the roadway realignment and improvements, and one important factor of having a two-campus system is that you split the traffic between the existing campus and the proposed new campus, and that's a major way of actually getting the roadway congestion problem solved at the airport as well. Next slide. Some of the key elements is the West Side Maintenance Campus, the ARF station, cargo facilities. Next slide, please. And several airfield improvements, including extension of taxiways, implementation of high-speed taxiway, exit taxiways, etc. Next slide. And finally, aircraft fuel storage, parking facility, a consolidated receiving and distributing facilities. At this point, I'll stop here, and I will hand over to Sarah, and Sarah is going to take us through the rest of the presentation along with Steve. Sarah?
Great. Thank you, Lance. Next slide, please. So good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Sarah Cox, the Director of Aviation Environment Sustainability. Steve Reibel and Sarah Potter and I are here today to give an overview of the FAA's draft environmental assessment on the Port Sustainable Airport Master Plan Near-Term Projects, or SAMP. And this work, as Sandy has noted, is prepared under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, and we will brief you on the purpose and intent of environmental review and report out on the findings with the draft NEPA Environmental Assessment, or EA. We will also present what we are doing for outreach and engagement and what's next. Next slide, please.
And take this moment to note for the record that President Mohammed will be leaving the meeting, and I will preside.
That is correct, and also for the record and for my colleagues, so you know, the UN Deputy Higher Commissioner is in town on refugees, and so I'm representing the City of Seattle and presenting some information regarding that. So I hope those meetings go well today, and thank you, Vice President Hasagawa, for presiding.
You may continue.
Thank you. So the purpose of an environmental review is to identify potential impacts of the proposed projects that were developed in the planning work. The evaluation begins by validating the future passenger and operation volumes. Then we identify existing environmental conditions. Once these baseline conditions are identified, we then conduct our impacts evaluation, identify potential impacts with and without the project. For this environmental review, we assess the potential for impacts with the near-term projects and without the projects in years 2032 and 2037, meaning we assess the potential for impacts if the projects are built versus without building any of the SAMP projects. After adjusting the schedule from initiating scoping in 2018, the FAA and Port now show year 2032 as the year we expect the projects to be operational or substantially underway. We also evaluate the potential impacts 5 years past this date in year 2037. There are 3 important considerations I'd like to emphasize as part of the evaluation work. First, with or without building the SAMP projects, the airport will continue to grow. SCA already has many programs and plans in place to reduce our environmental impact. This is important because these are included in the evaluation and will continue to minimize our impacts as SCA grows. Lastly, the large majority of the proposed projects take place within the existing airport footprint with no property acquisition. In NEPA, there are 15 different resource categories evaluated, such as air quality, climate, noise, and many others. With many of these categories, the FAA has established standards or thresholds of significance. We will address each of these in this presentation. If impacts are identified, both in building the projects, the analysis evaluates those impacts, and if required, identifies ways to avoid, minimize, or mitigate them as part of the project work. NEPA and State Environmental Policy Act, or SEPA, are both required for the SAMP near-term projects. We will undertake the SEPA work next year in 2025. I will now go into details of NEPA as analyzed in the document that FAA released to the public yesterday, October 21st. Next slide, please. So NEPA is a required federal process that the port must conduct. FAA is the lead agency, and we follow their guidance under FAA Order 1051F. Under NEPA, the Port of Seattle conducts a rigorous and thorough analysis on behalf and under the review of the lead agency, the Federal Aviation Administration. It includes the evaluation of 15 different resource categories as required by FAA regulations. Upon completion of the final NEPA document, the FAA will issue a record of decision that will identify specific requirements SCA will be required to undertake based on the impacts that are identified. Next slide, please. I will now pass it over to Steve Reibel and Sarah Potter to go into some of the specifics of the environmental review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Steve Reibel. I'm a Senior Environmental Program Manager within our Aviation, Environment, and Sustainability Department. I'm also the Port's Project Manager for the Sustainable Airport Master Plan, Near-Term Projects Environment Review. With me today is Sarah Potter, Executive Vice President of Landham & Brown. Sarah is the Project Manager on our consultant team, representing many of our subject matter experts who conducted the analysis. I want to start by reviewing the next steps of the environment review process. The SAMP planning process is required to review existing conditions, forecast future demand, and identify facility requirements to address future conditions. As part of the environment review, we are required to develop a purpose and need. This is based on the outcome of the planning process. Defining the purpose and need assists in the alternatives evaluation process. For the purpose and need, we identified a need to address future passenger and cargo growth, ensure airfield infrastructure meets FAA airport design standards, enhance the efficiency of the overall taxiway layout on the airfield, and meets projected future storage projected fuel storage demand, including our Sustainable Aviation Fuel Initiative. Next slide, please. After the purpose need is developed, the NEPA analysis then validates or updates the forecast. The forecast identifies the number
Please continue through the disruption.
Thank you, Commissioner. The forecast identifies the number of anticipated future passengers and operations at SCA. For this environment review, the forecast was updated and approved by the FAA. The forecast is an extremely important component and requirement of the environment review.
You are now joining the meeting.
The forecasted demand for passengers and operations is the basis for identifying the impacts and modeling assumptions. I want to review the forecast with you as there are constraints that were identified that affected the evaluation. During the update of the forecast, the analysis identified that the small footprint of SEA will continue to constrain operations levels. SEA will start to see slower growth from today's operational levels around 2026 due to these constraints. If the near-term projects are approved, SEA will see some increase in operations rates after the near-term projects are constructed. However, after 2037, SEA will return to a constrained environment, one factor being a continued need for aircraft parking. With or without these near-term projects being constructed, demand will continue to be high. That can mean aircraft get larger, and/or airlines could spread out flight schedules to fit in more operations at existing gates. As mentioned in the previous slide, the purpose of the near-term projects is to accommodate that passenger growth at an optimal level of service. Following the approval of the forecast by the FAA, the environmental review requires the creation and evaluation of alternatives. Next slide, please. Alternatives are derived from the planning process, scoping, and during the environmental review. It is important to emphasize that alternatives are then screened to ensure they meet the purpose and need. The results of the alternatives evaluations identified 3 alternatives to be screened. First, the no action. None of the near-term projects would be built. This is typically included in an environmental review. Second, a proposed action. This is the implementation of the near-term projects identified in the planning and in the environmental review process. And 3, the hybrid terminal option, a variation of the proposed near-term projects, showing the new terminal connected directly to Concourse D. However, it does not fully alleviate automotive congestion on the roadways. Each of these alternatives were evaluated to identify any potential environmental impacts. Next slide, please.
Can we make sure that everybody who's online is muted? And we're going to do our best to maintain a connection through all of this, but if there are subsequent disruptions, our presenters are just going to charge through.
Once the alternatives are identified and evaluated against the purpose and need, the NEPA analysis evaluated any potential environmental impacts of each alternative. FAA's NEPA requirements identifies 15 resource categories that must be analyzed. We will go through most of these in the next slides and any impacts that were identified within the analysis. Next slide, please. Of the 15 resource categories, 2 were not present: farmlands and wild and scenic rivers. Analysis in other resource categories identified impacts that did not exceed regulatory thresholds, either showing no impacts, less than significant impacts, or categories that had less than significant impacts due to existing regulatory or voluntary mitigation. Significant impacts were identified for surface transportation. The Port is able to mitigate for these impacts. Sarah Potter and I will now go over some of the findings of the analysis, beginning with resource categories where impacts did not exceed regulatory thresholds.
I'm going to pause here for just a moment and turn to my colleagues and see if you have any questions at this time, or you can also hold them till the very end. Commissioner Cho.
I have a quick clarification question. If we go back to slide 18, when you have the forecasts between the action and no action, is this what year is this benchmarked off of?
This is based off 2022.
Okay, so given our current expectations for 24, the delta is actually smaller between proposed and no action and action.
This is looking at the future forecasted demand based on 2022, and the annual, what's known as the terminal area forecast, aligns continued with these numbers.
So the forecast, oh, I see. So these numbers are based on what you're forecasting the demand to actually be in that year relative to what our capacity would be?
Can you restate that question?
The action and no action in these numbers, these are based on what the demand will be in 2032? Like, let's just look at the left side, okay?
Yes.
2032, you're saying that the total passenger capacity is 57 million-ish with no action.
Yes.
And the capacity would be 58 million without proposed, with the proposed action.
That's correct.
Okay, so the delta there is just what we can accommodate more if we were to do the project. So in essence, if we were to do these projects, we can accommodate 1.1 million more passengers in 2032.
Yeah, that's correct for the forecasted demand for 2032.
So then how are we able to take on more passengers if we're not actually doing anything more beyond that?
So generally what happens is that the airlines will find a way to get more individuals on the airplane, park additional aircraft somewhere on the airport, whether it be a bigger aircraft or a higher load factor.
So the expansion of capacity is not really something we're doing, it's something the airlines are doing? Do you understand what I'm saying? My line of logic here?
Yeah, do you understand? I think.
Okay,
what-
hold on. Let me level set.
I
This.
think we
You're
need-
building this. You're building all this stuff. Let's say hypothetically, you do it in 2032 by 2032, right? And you're telling me that we're going to add another 1.1 million passengers in capacity, right? But then you're also telling me that capacity will go up by another 3.5 million in 5 years beyond that. So I'm not understanding how we can all of a sudden go from 1.1 million more to 3.5 million more when the projects are done.
Yes, we'll continue to grow at a slow growth rate. We are limited by aircraft parking. The airlines will continue to find a way to fit another passenger in the aircraft. In 2032, when the near-term projects would be constructed or substantially complete, the airlines will start to react and will be able to grow at a higher rate for a short period of time till around 2037. So that's that additional kind of 4.6 million annual passengers.
So again, that growth is not on our, we're not facilitating that growth. It's the airlines figuring out how to go beyond that.
Yes, and that's the forecast.
Okay.
We are accommodating demand.
Okay, I think that's important because that's not clear here, right? Like, we can do what we can do, right? And we forecast what we can do given what we're going to build out. But the airlines are going to do what they're going to do and continue to grow. That's two different growth, right? Sources of growth. All right, that's all.
Commissioner Fellman.
I believe his point needs to be clarified, and because and so the base year is 2022. We're in 2024.
Welcome to the audio
That slope is what you would have predicted,
Please
so
enter
it
a
doesn't really
conference
matter,
ID
right?
followed
So
by pound.
where we are along this line is where that forecast would have predicted anyway. So the 2022 baseline, even though it's a couple years old, we're on that trajectory you would have expected.
Yes, what we forecast in 2022 is where we're at around today.
Right. And so in order to reach I think the key thing is to maintain this optimal level of service. So the airlines will squeeze more in. At a certain point in time, the optimal level of service goes away. So so you can go, the delta here between building or not building was, but there was, I'm sorry, if this is slide, 18? I guess my primary question is, right, so you can maintain the optimal level of service by creating this more infrastructure. They could then continue to grow beyond what's optimal, right? And so that's more hard stands, more stuff like that, but that's squeezing in. The airport still has room to accommodate it, it's just less good service. Now, when we build out if we build the NTAs, that keeps us in that further trajectory to 57,000 passengers. That gets us to that far. But so my fundamental question is, does the EA evaluate the 2032 number or the 2037 number?
It evaluates both. It looks at both the impacts that occur in 2032 and also looks at the impacts that occur in 2037 for both years.
The current 30. I mean, so both the build and no build scenarios for 2032 and 2037.
That's correct.
So if all those NTAs were built, come 2032, you can. So come 2037, is that still going to be considered maintaining optimal level of service? Is that number of 59,000 going up to 64,000? Is that how far you can get and maintain optimal level of service?
We anticipate around 2037, should the forecast remain consistent, that we'll still be operating at an optimal level of service. Beyond that, we'll see a decline.
With 64,000 passengers?
Yes, 64 million passengers.
See, I'm sorry, of course. But then again, they can continue to grow with the degradation of service.
That's correct. And there's also going to be a constraint of there just aren't enough places to put aircraft on the ground.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioners, I would like to note there were a couple it indicated capacity, and I just wanted to emphasize that this is forecasted demand, not capacity, that we are analyzing.
But the NTAs are designed to meet the demand, right?
Yes, so it would be the facilities needed to provide a level of service for the passengers, the forecasted passenger demand that we anticipate to see here at our facilities, both on the land side, in the terminal, and on the airfield.
So our projects are just to be able to maintain that level of service based on the projected forecast. So,
Yep.
so we are facilitating that maintenance of service as demand exists outside of our control.
Please continue.
Next slide, please. There we go, thank you. Sarah and I will now go over some of the findings of the analysis. I want to emphasize that the NEPA EA conducts this evaluation by looking at the future no action or without the near-term projects, the future proposed action with the near-term projects, and the future hybrid terminal option, again, a variation of the near-term projects. Each alternative is evaluated for the potential environmental impacts, including not building the near-term projects. As we just discussed, this is in 2032 and in 2037. Sarah Potter and I will now provide specific details on the resource categories that fall under the less than significant impacts. Next slide, please.
Starting with air quality, in the NEPA process, a significant impact occurs if the increase in emissions exceeds the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or the NAAQS, as established by the EPA under the Clean Air Act. The NEPA process also includes coordination with the local air agencies to confirm the increase in emissions is not expected to create new exceedances of the NAAQS in the region. The NEPA analysis did show there would be increases in air emissions with and without the NTPs. However, the emissions increase did not exceed the NAAQS, and coordination with the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency confirmed the increase would not be expected to exceed the NAAQS. As a result, it was determined there would be no significant air quality impacts. Next slide. All right, moving on to noise and noise-compatible land use. The noise analysis evaluates both aircraft noise and construction noise. For NEPA, the FAA has established threshold of significance for aircraft noise, which is if the project, when compared to the no action of the same year, would result in a 1.5 decibel or more increase within the 65 day-night sound level or above over a noise-sensitive land use. The FAA has no significance criteria for construction noise, but it was included in the analysis. The noise analysis for the NEPA document was prepared using the required FAA Aviation Environmental Design Tool, otherwise known as the AEDT model. The analysis showed the project would result in increases in aircraft noise with and without the near-term projects, but not above the significance threshold. Therefore, there were no significant noise impacts. The NEPA analysis also evaluated construction noise for projects at the north end of the airport. Temporary increases in construction noise were identified. Next slide. Moving on to socioeconomic, environmental justice, and children's environmental health and safety risks. This category has 3 resources grouped together but analyzed differently. Starting with socioeconomics, the FAA has not established significant thresholds for socioeconomic impacts, but has factors to consider when analyzing impacts, which include induced growth or substantial loss in tax base, division of communities, and relocation of residences or businesses. The NEPA analysis found the project would support long-term economic growth for the region and support new jobs. The cargo facilities on the north side of the airport would potentially eliminate access to 24th Avenue from South 150th Street. However, there are alternative routes for the homes located in the area, and therefore no division of communities would occur. The surface transportation analysis also evaluated this area, determined if there were impacts, and proposed mitigation if required. This will be discussed in future slides. The Doug Fox lot would be closed due to the new second terminal, and the PACCAR Aviation would be closed due to the construction of the Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting, or ARF, facility.
The port will offer employment assistance to the Doug Fox lot employees, and it is anticipated that the PACCAR employees will relocate to another airport in the region. Therefore, no significant impacts would occur. Looking at environmental justice populations. An environmental justice population, as defined under NEPA standards, is a minority or low-income population. The FAA has not established significant thresholds for environmental justice impacts. However, the potential for the project to result in a disproportionate and adverse impact to an environmental justice population is analyzed. The analysis followed guidance from the most recent executive orders from the Biden administration, and each resource category was examined to identify if there is a disproportionate or adverse impact to environmental justice populations. No significant environmental justice impacts under the current guidance were identified. Children's environmental health and safety risks. The FAA has not established significant thresholds for children's health and safety risks. However, the potential for the project to lead to a disproportionate health or safety risk to children is examined. Similar to environmental justice, this category considers impacts.
Center. Please enter a conference ID followed by pound.
When is
You are
Director
now
Little's
joining the meeting.
presentation? Is his presentation effectively the only reason why we're doing this song and dance over and over again?
Did it. Is there anything more for him to do other than answer questions?
It would be to answer questions, his portion of the presentation.
And that's why he has your great staff standing right here.
Clerk Hart, do you have objection? The interruptions, I think, are persistent, and so I'm inclined to sever the online connection for the rest of today.
So I would have no way for Director Little to continue to listen in that regard. But if we want to go ahead and disconnect, we can. And if we can't resolve these issues with this room, I'm going to recommend that we no longer have a hybrid environment in this room. So that's pretty extreme. I don't want to go there, but it's been very inconvenient today.
How many people are online?
Yeah, how many people are online?
How many? 32 people.
All right, please continue.
All right, I'll start back at children's environmental health and safety risks. The FAA has not established significance thresholds for children's health and safety risks. However, the potential for the project to lead to a disproportionate health or safety risk to children is examined. Similar to environmental justice, this category considers the impacts to other resource categories. The NEPA analysis found no significant changes to air, food, drinking water, soils, or products children would use or be exposed to. However, there would be temporary impacts from construction noise. Ultimately, the NEPA analysis found no significant impacts to children's health and safety risks.
Commissioners, as you know, the port prioritizes equity and environmental justice. We are working closely with the Port's Office of Equity, Diversion, and Inclusion on how we identify and address potential impacts to BIPOC and underrepresented communities within these future projects and approvals such as the near-term projects. Next slide, please. I'll now go into our next resource category, climate. Greenhouse gas emissions would increase with and without the near-term projects. These are global pollutants that are emitted locally and regionally. However, there is not a regulatory threshold for greenhouse gas emissions. New climate guidance from the Council on Environmental Quality was included in the analysis by the FAA, and the NEPA EA discloses an expected increase in greenhouse gas emissions with and without the project. I will now discuss the natural resources and energy supply resource category. Next slide.
I think I'm just going to go ahead and chime in with a line of questioning regarding the resource category impacts of socioeconomic, environmental justice, and children's environmental health and safety risks. So, you defined a said that we're using the FAA's definition of an environmental justice population. That definition is a low-income or minority population, and they're relying on census blocks and information presented by the 2020 census. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then we're identifying an impact on that based upon what you described as a disproportionate impact. And those disproportionate impacts are measured by what, the other resource categories? I'm sorry.
We look at each resource category and evaluate if there is a disproportionate or adverse impact to the populations based on that resource category. So we would look at noise and see if there's a disproportionate or adverse impact, air quality. We would go through each resource category. Does that answer?
And the census, how are you calculating all of this? Greenhouse gas emissions and then overlaying that with census data by known demography?
The climate category, resource category, was evaluated that there is no defined study area for climate in the analysis because climate affects all populations. And because we know there's an increase in emissions, we know that all populations experience an increase in greenhouse gas emissions equally.
So I understand that we're leaning on the FAA definition because this is under the purview of the FAA. That said, no one knows our communities better than I think we do. We have gone to great lengths to understanding our airport adjacent communities and their experiences. Director Cox, would you be able to tell me a little bit about how we are supplementing this analysis with our best data on our communities, whether it might be by use of our equity index or other local resources that I think we have at our disposal?
Thank you. So we've been partnering with our EDI partners on how to understand, the concerns and identify programs to implement. Many of these programs we already do. For example, one is underway with the secondary sound insulation repair and replacement pilot program that's underway. Also with many of the programs that we do for our greenhouse gas emission reductions and as well as improvements in our air quality. So many of these programs that we are already implementing to benefit the communities surrounding the airport. And we will continue to partner with or to engage with our partners in EDI as we look at additional programs that we can implement. We are in discussions with them right now, and we meet with them routinely to be able to present opportunities to the commissioners as we outline those approaches.
So you can understand my surprise that there has been identified a quote, less than significant impact of environmental justice of airport growth and of our near-term projects. We have gone to great lengths to understand the impact of airport operations on adjacent communities through noise pollution, sound pollution, and we also understand the history and the demography of airport adjacent cities that we've created entire funds to try and mitigate those impacts or address some of those known disparities economically, in terms of environmental outcomes. Please explain how it is that that it's been determined that there are less than significant impacts on environmental justice.
And Madam Commissioner Vice President, can I get everybody to pause right there? We're going to try to do an alternate connection. It won't take long. But again,
we're going to take a 3-minute recess.
Thank you. We can hear you, Amy.
I can hear you, Amy.
Yes.
You sound clear.
I'm glad you guys can hear each other.
Can everybody on the team?
Yes, Michelle, you're heard very clearly.
Wonderful, thank you.
Are we completely off of this now for audio?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you again for your patience.
Has it been 3 minutes? Commissioner Calkins.
Well, stand by.
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone, okay.
Is he online?
Let me look. Can you see Commissioner Calkins connecting?
Are you guys okay to continue?
Not yet. You do have a quorum, though.
Okay, the time is 2:20. We are reconvening from recess. This is Commission Vice President Toshigasa Gawa reconvening the public meeting of the Port of Seattle Commission. Please note for the record that Commissioner Calkins has left the room but will be rejoining us virtually until about 3:00 p.m. I'd like to acknowledge the hard work of Clerk Hart and our IT team for tucking and rolling with the punches, making sure that we have a new line into the universe with our OWL system. So I think we're all good to go. And I just wanted to pick up the line of questioning where we left off. I just want to clarify, I'm not directing the content of the environmental review. I have deep values, and I'm just wondering how those are represented here.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And I would like to just note that in the next part of this process under SEPA, we will be taking into consideration your feedback as we identify the scope. And I'm going to pass it over to Sarah to provide details on how NEPA analyzes this, because we will be looking at this in 2 phases, under NEPA and then under SEPA.
Thank you.
So in NEPA, I think it's important to reiterate Sarah's point from the beginning of the presentation that we look at a future no action, so a future 2032 no action, and we compare the future proposed action in 2032, and we look at the delta between the two. So we look at the incremental increase between building the project in 2032 over not building the project. And I think that helps explain why we are not seeing, based on the FAA's analysis, the significant impact in environmental justice populations.
Commissioner Fellman.
I just think for the benefit of the public, the State Environmental Policy Act is SEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act is NEPA. We're currently in the NEPA process. It's an environmental assessment. If it's determined that these impacts are more significant than currently calculated, they would do a full EIS. And then we also have that separate process that goes on with the state process. Am I correct in that characterization?
That is correct.
Because we've got 30 people listening, there's obviously, want to make sure that's clear. And I also, just for clarity in terms of the analysis, when you look at, this question of disproportionate impacts from the delta of the no action from the action project, are you looking at as if the population itself, other than its demographics, that already have underlying exposure, so that while this much more particulates isn't so bad for everybody, if you already have a certain level of burden, the level of, we've learned about disproportionate levels of life expectancies and things like that, but if it's just demographics, is that all we're looking at this point?
Yeah, the population remains consistent, yes, between the two.
All right, thank you.
Please continue.
Okay, go back 1 slide, please. I now want to discuss natural resources and energy supply, the resource category. Increases in energy and the increase in the use of natural resources will occur. This is a result of an increase in fuel, energy, and water. This includes electricity, natural gas, potable water, diesel fuel, and aviation fuel. due to the near-term projects and increased operations. FA has not established significant thresholds for this category. While there are increases in the use of energy and natural resources, FA, under NEPA, considers the potential for these projects to cause demand that exceeds availability, or future supplies of natural resources and energy supply. The NEPA analysis found that natural resources and materials are not in short supply, and infrastructure is available to support the near-term projects and growth at SEA. No significant impacts were identified. Next slide, please. We'll now discuss the 3 resource categories where less than significant impacts were identified due to existing regulatory or voluntary mitigation. Our first category that we'll discuss is biological resources. The Environment Review requires the evaluation of threatened or endangered species and impacts to their habitats. These are evaluated against many criteria, including the Endangered Species Act, Marine Mammal Protection Act, Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and several other statutes. The evaluation did not identify any direct impacts to threatened or endangered species and their habitats. The port has many programs in place to minimize impacts to biological resources. This includes its stringent National Pollution Discharge Elimination Systems, or NPDES permit, and its complementing Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan, or SWIP. Both minimize environmental impacts to streams and wetlands and any related habitats. The NEPA analysis found that based on current permits and programs at SEA, there are no direct impacts to threatened or endangered species and their habitats. No significant impacts were identified. I'll now turn it over to Sarah to discuss water resources.
Water resources include wetlands, surface waters, which include streams and stormwater, groundwater, and floodplains. Under NEPA, each water resource category has its own significance threshold.
Go 2 slides forward, please.
Oh, yes. Thank you. The significance threshold for wetlands is if the project adversely affects wetlands function, substantially alters the hydrology needed to sustain the wetlands value or functions, reduces wetlands' ability to retain floodwater or runoff, adversely affects the natural systems supporting wildlife and fish habitat, or is inconsistent with the state wetland strategies. The significance threshold for surface waters is if the project exceeds water quality standards or contaminates the public drinking supply. The significance threshold for groundwater is if the project exceeds groundwater quality standards or contaminates an aquifer used for public water supply. And lastly, the significance threshold for floodplains is if the project causes notable adverse impacts on natural and beneficial floodplain values. The NEPA analysis showed there would be 0.79 acres of permanent and 0.21 acres of temporary impacts to wetlands. It is important to note the permanent impacts were reduced to 0.79 acres during the scoping process from the elimination of a proposed employee surface parking lot. Additionally, permanent wetland impacts will be required examining avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures with the Army Corps of Engineers during the permitting process. The port will develop a mitigation plan for any unavoidable permanent impacts. Temporary impacts would be replaced in kind and on site. As a result, no significant impacts to wetlands would occur. The NEPA analysis showed there would be 0.01 acres of permanent impacts to streams and an increase in stormwater runoff. However, this would not exceed water quality standards or impact the public drinking supply. Mitigation includes implementing erosion and sediment control measures during construction in accordance with applicable regulatory requirements and the port's own construction stormwater pollution prevention plan and post-construction stormwater quantity and quality controls in accordance with applicable regulatory requirements. Therefore, no significant impacts to surface water would occur. The NEPA analysis showed there would be permanent impacts to wellhead protection areas. To mitigate these impacts, the port will abide by all applicable regulations related to spill prevention and control regulations to prevent spills from causing significant adverse impacts to groundwater. These regulations require cleanup or mitigation if spills occur. The port will also monitor groundwater during and following the completion of construction. Any projects in the wellhead protection areas will meet allowable uses for these areas. Therefore, no significant impacts to groundwater would occur. And lastly, no floodplains were impacted. Next slide. Moving on to hazardous materials. The FAA has not established a significance threshold for hazardous materials, but do have factors to consider when analyzing impacts, which include if the project violates laws or regulations, if a contaminated site cannot be mitigated below significant levels, if the project produces hazardous waste that cannot be disposed of or mitigated adequately, if the project generates appreciably different quantity and type of solid waste, if the project adversely affects human health and the environment. The analysis identified known contamination within the near-term project footprint of disturbance, as identified in the red triangles on the map. Mitigation for this category includes screening all materials and removing any contaminated materials in accordance with federal, state, and local requirements. Also, the port requires the development of a construction pollution prevention plan that includes an inventory or inspection of known hazardous materials in the buildings to be demolished and on the construction site, and a hazardous material cleanup and disposal plan. As a result of this mitigation, no significant impacts to hazardous materials would occur. I'll turn it back to Steve to discuss surface transportation.
Commissioner Fellman.
Before going on to surface transportation, I think one of the points that you made to us in a previous briefing is that all these impacts are within the fence line, that all these projects are being done not outside the current port operations. Is that true?
They are within the fence line, but they're also on port property, which do exist outside of the airport fence line. So they're all on port property.
All on port property. All right, so there's no expansion outside of port property, but so I'm just trying to think like parking or something like that, off-site things would be like parking?
Again, on airport property located to the north, as Sarah mentioned in her previous slide, there's no property acquisition as part of the near-term projects.
I just think that's kind of an important clarification to understand that we're not moving outside port property, although the majority of the work is within the fence line, though, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thanks.
Please continue.
Of the 15 resource categories, next slide, please. Of the 15 resource categories, the only category with significant impacts identified was surface transportation. The port will mitigate these impacts. On the next slides, I will provide an overview of the surface transportation analysis, level of impact categories, and mitigation actions. Next slide. For surface transportation, the NEPA analysis evaluated 114 intersections in and around the airport. Impacts were broken down into 4 categories. Category 1, these are intersections where construction of the near-term projects created a deficiency in the level of service and did not meet local or state requirements. These intersections require physical mitigation to bring the intersection back to an acceptable level of service. Category 2, these are intersections where there are failing mobility standards with and without constructing the near-term projects. The analysis showed that the construction of the near-term project would further degrade the level of service at these intersections. To account for impacts to these intersections, a proportionate fee can be paid to responsible jurisdictions to account for the added impact. Category 3, these are intersections where mobility standards meet local and state requirements with and without the near-term projects. However, the near-term projects add impacts such as intersection delay. And category 4, these are intersections where surface transportation is improved or unchanged with the near-term projects. Next slide. Throughout the analysis, the FAA and Port worked with transportation staff at the Washington State Department of Transportation and the cities of Burien, Des Moines, Sea-Tac, and Tukwila to consult on the assumptions made within the analysis and also shared any proposed mitigation within their jurisdiction. The analysis identified 10 intersections that would require mitigation. Mitigation includes everything from roundabouts, roadway rechannelization, adding new lanes, and updated signal timing. Payments are also being proposed for Category 2 and 3 intersections to account for the port's proportionate share of impacts. This mitigation is approximately $40 million in improvements. The FAA will require that once a single trip-generating near-term project occurs, all mitigation will be required to be implemented. And even if not all of the near-term projects move forward, all the mitigation would still move forward. Surface transportation is the final category of the 15 resource categories and was the only category in which significant impacts were identified. In the next slide, Sarah will review the NEPA cumulative impacts evaluation and outcome. Next slide.
Commissioner Cho.
Sorry, did you say $40 million for all the mitigations on the Category 1 mitigations?
That's it. Category 1, 2, and 3 is approximately $40 million in improvements related to the mitigation.
Okay, and so these categories are based on if we do the near-term projects, right? Not based on if we do nothing?
That's correct. If we do one single trip generating project, so for example, if the near-term projects move forward, the roadway reconfiguration would be the first project to likely occur. That would spark the require mitigation for all the surface transportation from the onset.
Thanks for that clarification. Thanks.
Can I also ask what the actual definition of surface transportation is?
Yeah, it's generally automotive cars on the road is what it's defined as. So how many cars are what's the delay at intersections or roadway segments is how we define it. So it's based on how many cars are on the road and how they're creating delay at different intersections or on roadways.
Okay, and that's under the FAA?
That's actually defined under state and local guidance as how those kind of thresholds are defined.
How come we use that definition, but we don't use the state's definition for environmental justice?
So FAA does not have a significant threshold for surface transportation. However, they're required to look at impacts to surface transportation in NEPA and look at a reduction in the level of service. And they defer to the local agency for determining if there are significant impacts.
Okay.
Which would be WashDOT initially.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cumulative impacts. Cumulative impacts result from the incremental impact of the action, in this case, the near-term projects, when added to other past, present, or reasonably foreseeable future actions. The NEPA evaluation included 36 past projects, 10 present projects, and 9 future projects. The analysis examined potential cumulative impacts for air quality, biological, climate, hazardous materials and solid waste, natural resources and energy supply, noise and noise-compatible land use, socioeconomic, environmental justice, and children's environmental health and safety risks, surface transportation, and water resources, and determined that no significant cumulative impacts would occur.
Are they taking into consideration technological advancements over the coming years, such as implementation of the use of SAFs or sustainable aviation fuels, greener buildings, other strategies?
They take into consideration known information, so there's no assumptions made on unknown resources such as that. If the resource is known how the sustainable fuels will be incorporated, it's incorporated into the analysis.
Commissioner Felleman.
Obviously, you can't measure what you don't know, right?
Right.
So, but I assume that there is some projection on like the phase out of older planes.
Yes.
My understanding is that, COVID, one of the upsides was older planes and ships went away. But these are also long-lived assets. So, the rate at which they are replaced from this point forward, I'm just wondering, when airlines merge, there's changes that we just saw with Alaska. I'm just wondering, how is that forecast? It seems to be there's a lot of variables associated with that, and since they're expensive, durable assets, how fast are we assuming the replacement to next-gen planes?
Okay. As Steve presented earlier, forecasts were prepared. All of that information, such as phase outs, some of that information is widely available. and was incorporated into the forecasts and incorporated into our analysis. So we know, for example, the Boeing 737-800 is starting to be phased out using the MAX aircraft. That was taken into consideration. So known variables such as that are taken into consideration.
Is this presented in this document, or that's in the?
That is
It's not in this
included.
briefing memo, is it, though?
No, that is included in the
That's-
document.
And just by the way, how many pages is the full document?
It's a great segue, Commissioner. I'll now discuss what's in the draft NEPA EA. Next slide, please. The document is broken down into 7 chapters and appendices. Chapter 1 is the purpose and need, describes the background for the project, the forecast, as well as the purpose and need for the projects. Chapter 2, the alternatives, describes the process for identifying and evaluating alternatives for further consideration. Chapter 3, the affected environment, describes the baseline conditions for each of the environmental resource categories. Chapter 4 is the environmental consequences, describes the potential environmental effects, the significance of those effects, and the proposed mitigation where necessary. Of the different alternatives for each environmental resource category, this chapter also identifies the regulatory thresholds. Chapter 5 is the cumulative impacts, describes the cumulative impacts of the project and other past, present, and foreseeable future actions. Chapters 6 and 7 are administrative. These are both the prepares and the references. To answer your question, Commissioner, the main document includes many tables, graphs, and figures. There's 75 pages of narrative, but with all those tables, graphs, and figures, it's 278 pages long. The appendices, which provide details on the individual topics, and the technical analysis is over 4,500 pages in length. Most of the appendices are comments from scoping that we received, as well as data tables, noise, surface transportation, air quality.
And how many years did we take to prepare this wonderful document?
It took about 6 years through the pandemic, updating forecasts.
Yeah, so the commission is fully behind asking the FAA to extend this comment period for as long as possible within the constraints of the rules. So thank you for the effort you've already done to extend the minimum obligations, but we will continue to push. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Chris Gislow, our Director of Communications and Marketing, will now discuss how we are sharing this document.
Good afternoon, Commission Vice President, Commissioners, Deputy Executive Director Goon, Chris Gislow, Director of Marketing and Communications. So the FAA and the Port have developed a robust outreach and engagement plan. As has been discussed, the draft NEPA EA was released for agency and public comment yesterday on October 21st. A link to all the sections that Steve's mentioned is available on the SAMP website, which is sampntp, environmentalreview.org. A link is also posted on the Port of Seattle's temporary website, right below the current commission agendas section, including today's agenda. On September 20th, the Port provided a 30-day notice before publishing that was distributed by press release, the Port's newsletter channels for SAMP, as well as NEPA processes, as well as through our social media accounts. Several of the documents supporting public engagement are offered in 7 languages via translation, and we will also be using Language Line to provide even more translation capabilities at the upcoming 4 public open houses.
Are you sharing it on the Port of Seattle or the airport social media accounts?
It will be on the Port of Seattle's social media accounts.
Can we also share it to our airport?
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll be doing advertising both on social media as well as in local publications as we get closer to the dates as well for the open public meetings, and then to also encourage comments afterwards. On the SAMP website, below the draft EA, there is information in both English and translated into 7 languages that covers frequent questions about SAMP, an overview about the SAMP process to date, information about master planning and the environmental review process, and finally, how the community can engage, as well as how they can submit a comment and the various ways that they can do that. We will provide these materials and presentations on the draft EA to near airport stakeholders, including at those 4 public meetings in the Highline cities. Working in partnership with the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion and our community engagement team, we are focused on engagement with BIPOC and underrepresented communities, focusing on areas adjacent to the airport as well as South King County. And I want to provide an overview of how we're focusing on language accessibility. Next slide, please. As mentioned, many of the materials have been translated and are on the SAMP website. These materials are offered in Spanish, Vietnamese, Simplified Chinese, Somali, Amharic, Korean, as well as English. If additional assistance or accessibility accommodations are needed, we've set up a phone number for anyone to be able to directly request this, and they are able to do so in language by calling the line and leaving a message in language. At the 4 open houses, there will also be translated versions of each of the boards during the open houses, materials on the planning and environmental review processes, and interpretation services via both in-person and in some cases with language-aligned software to be able to access more languages than the 7 that were mentioned. Accessibility of the document is an important component of our outreach and engagement plan, and now I'll turn it back to Steve to give you the details on the agency and public comment period.
Next slide. On September 20th, we notified the public that the draft NEPA EA would be released on October 21st, yesterday. The public comment period will run for 45 days from October 21st to December 5th. The typical public comment period is generally 30 days. The port did request a 60-day public comment period, and the FAA increased the comment period to 45 days. We've heard the Commission loud and clear that you continue to support a further or longer extension. 4 public meetings will be held during the public comment period. These will occur on November 12th, 13th, 14th, and 16th. These will occur in the Highland cities of Federal Way, Des Moines, Sea-Tac, and Burien. All comments must be received by December 5th to become part of the record. They can be submitted via email, postal service, or directly to the project's website. Again, as Sam mentioned, SAMP, NTP, environmentreview.org. The FAA and Port will then review and respond to all comments received. Next slide, please.
And public comment is welcome from individuals, organizations, cities, and all of the above.
Yes, we welcome all comments.
And if they wanted to make public comment, they should do so directly via the actual portal.
That's correct.
And how are we sharing the portal and access to being able to submit public comment?
Yeah, so they can go to our
Yeah, so Commissioner, at the open houses, we will have ways for individuals to be able to do it in person through computer terminals, as well as court reporters that will be present to take public comment at that point in time. We will, as I mentioned, we'll also be putting ads out there in local publications, as well as community publications on social media, directing individuals to the website with a direct link to the how to comment page. And we also have a resource one-pager that people can know how to create a comment for submission as well.
And I just want to clarify, it is not permissible for the commission as a body to provide comment, nor for individual commissioners to provide comment, nor does anybody voicing their input to individual commissioners count as providing comment. It has to happen directly via the portal. Is there any non-virtual way to be able to submit comment?
Yes, they can submit via postal mail. They can also go to the public meetings and submit comments. We'll have a court reporter and a hearing examiner where they can submit it at that time.
Okay. And how are we anticipating language access needs?
Yeah, so at the meetings themselves, we will have individuals that will be able to access language line translations for the 7 that I mentioned, but also additional ones, so that individuals can communicate in language and ask questions, be able to provide their comment as well.
Are we anticipating input from bodies such as the Highline Forum START as, unified input?
So I know that our teams will be briefing those individuals as a part of our outreach process. I can't speak to how they'll be commenting.
Sure, thanks.
And commissioners want to notify that people can handwrite comments at the public meetings, and we'll take those as well. So last slide. I want to talk about where we are and where we're going. We have started the agency and public comment period. It started yesterday. Once this is complete, the FAA and the Port will respond to comments and revise the NEPA environmental assessment as appropriate. FAA will then identify if there are any changes in the analysis and issue a record of decision that would be published. Following that record of decision, there's a 60-day appeal period. Following that, the Port will then conduct its SEPA analysis, which will likely happen sometime in 2025. This will be based on the outcome of the NEPA agency and public comment period and when we start. We encourage the community to review the draft NEPA EA, participate in the public meetings, provide comments. We are really eager to get their input. At this time, I want to thank you for your time today, and we're happy to answer any additional questions.
How will public input received via the NEPA process be conveyed to commissioners for our knowledge and visibility?
Yep, we can do that.
No, thanks. Okay. Commissioners. Commissioner Cho.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we've been briefed on this by you guys, and we kind of had an opportunity to ask some of the more tougher questions. But I think it's really important for us to make sure that the public understands that this study is looking at the impacts of growth, period, right? There is no scenario where we stay where we are today. And the impact, the no significant impact, is really talking about what growth will exist, what growth we will see regardless of what we do, and what growth and how the impact will be if we were to build towards what we know the growth will be. And the conclusion is that the delta there is, by and large, does not meet the federal threshold. I'm not going to say that it's not significant because I think others would disagree, but the reality is that it does not meet the federal threshold. So it's really important for us and also the public to understand this study in specific. The baseline is not 2024. The baseline is not today's passengers numbers. The baseline is what our growth will be regardless, and how that will be how we accommodate or don't accommodate that growth with the Sustainable Aviation Master Plan. So I appreciate you guys presenting this to us in detail, and I hope the public understands that distinction, because I think there's a huge misconception out there that growth is not, I mean, we don't control growth here in Puget Sound. The Puget Sound is going to grow unless something dramatically bad happens in our region. And the question is for us, how do we react to that, right? So.
Commissioner Fellman.
Thanks again. It's like 6 years in the making, overnight sensation. So thank you for your sustained effort to try to keep up with the changes in COVID and all that fun stuff. That must have really been more work than you cut out for, but job security. So I guess one of the things is having done my share of comments to EISs and helped NGOs write comments to EISs, and most general public people don't have time to read voluminous documents like this. So very often community groups will ask, provide a sign-on letter, right? And well, those of us that, in the political world or whatever, how many times do you get a petition from some elected official or donate here or something like, for the most part, we just delete that stuff. I mean, it's just like enough already, especially if you ever gave once, right? But it is an active effort to sign on to something. And so to not delete it. And so I'm just always concerned that when I've seen, certainly from on the receiving end, we basically call a petition of 500 one comment. And to the point raised that, a summary of the feedback that we get is something that I would be really great to have like a formal presentation of that. And I think, it's oftentimes you can say, we received 500 individual comments, and sometimes it just stops there. Or, in addition, we had petitions of X, Y, and Z. So I just want to make sure, and I think, from the port's perspective, to be respectful of the fact that it's even just a signature, it is still somebody that took the time to sign something. And I've just been on the receiving end of it being very dismissive. And I just want to put it out there. I had one other thought before I think I might have lost it.
That's okay, because we have one more presentation to get
All right.
as well.
All right, so if I think about it, I'll write you a note.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Always, this isn't the last time that this comes up before us. Thank you so very much for the presentation, and we can transition into the last item for today. Thank you all.
Thanks, guys. Good work.
Wasn't, but okay. Well, I appreciate you saying so. Makes me feel better.
Clerk Hart, is Commissioner Calkins still online with us?
Let me check that.
Okay, please
We
note
don't
for the
see him.
record that Commissioner Calkins has exited the meeting. You sure cannot. And Deputy Executive Director Goon will introduce the item after Clerk Hart introduces it.
Thank you. This is Agenda Item 11B, the Tax Levy and Draft Plan of Finance Briefing for 2025 through 2029.
Thank you. Commissioners, over the past several months, you have strategically reviewed our spending priorities for the 2025 budget. A key element in implementing your vision for these investments is how we finance them. The draft plan of finance examines a mix of revenue sources, including our operating income and the Port's Property Tax Authority. In developing this proposed plan, we focused on the financial responsibility and sustainability of our organization. We plan to spend an average of $1 billion a year for the next 5 years and make significant investments in environmental cleanup. To prepare for these major expenditures, we are aligning our financial strategies to balance our current capacity with the uncertain fiscal outlook and liabilities ahead. We remain sensitive to the impact on King County taxpayers. Today's presentation includes several substantive aspects, but I wanted to highlight the staff proposal to increase the Port's property tax levy by 2%. This increase aligns the policy the Commission established to levy up to 75% of the maximum, and it aligns with the criteria we outlined earlier, and will generate an additional $1.7 million in levy cash for 2025. It's important to note that under this plan, the levy increase is not expected to result in an increase in tax for the median homeowner. We look forward to hearing your feedback during today's discussion. With us today is Elizabeth Morrison, Director of Corporate Finance and Budget, and Scott Bertram, Manager Finance and Budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We will try to move through this expeditiously, but want to be sure to address all your questions. We can skip the table of contents and go right to slide 3. So these are key messages in this presentation. You've heard some of these messages in last year's presentation, that we are focused on financial stewardship and future resiliency, and we use those principles in guiding the development of our funding plan. The specific recommendations for the 2025 budget are to increase the tax levy to $88.4 million and to add an additional deposit of $32 million to the Environmental Legacy Fund that the Commission established last year. Next slide, please. This is the last briefing of the budget process prior to the public hearing and adoption in November. And if we can skip to the slide 6, levy background. So the Commission establishes the amount of the levy each year within the limits of the Washington statutes. This year, the maximum statutory amount is almost $118 million, and we are recommending that we continue with the 75% of that maximum. The Commission also provides guidance on the use of the levy. We'll go into the details of the use a little bit more later. And the Commission has established 2 sub-funds, one focused on transportation and another on environmental legacy liabilities. Next slide, please. As we work on the 2025 budget, we do it in the context of a 5-year plan. And for this year, that 5-year plan has used a similar approach as in prior years, and particularly last year, where we assume that we levy up to 75% of the maximum. That translates into about a 2% increase in the tax levy each year during this 5-year period. We prioritize the environmental legacy remediation, which are obligations that are required by the Port, and we'll continue to use the ELF to help with that funding. We'll also assume that there are community programs that are in place now and will continue. And we use a portion of the funds for Seaport Capital, and Seaport includes the Northwest Seaport Alliance North Harbor projects. Next slide, please. The port always considers the impact on the taxpayer. This year, we're seeing assessed value increase by 2.9%. And as a result of that, with our levy increasing by 2%, there's a slight reduction in the rate, still around 10 cents per $1,000 of assessed value. Notably, the median home value in King County did decline in 2024 by about 11%. And that means that the levy paid this year by the median homeowner in King County to the port was $79. We are, based on a slightly lower rate, we are projecting $78 for the 2025 levy. We don't really have a way to project the median home value, so we simply held that flat. Notably, the port's levy represents only 1.1% of the total levy of over $7,000 that the median homeowner pays in King County. Next slide, please. This graph shows the history of the port's tax levy compared to the maximum allowable, beginning at the point in 1990 when authorities like the port were allowed to levy less and still go back to that higher level if they want to. And then the green dotted line shows what the levy would be if we had simply kept up with inflation. And you can see in the last couple of years, the high inflation rates has put our levy slightly below the inflationary value. Next slide, please. This illustrates the total levy uses, and this combines both the tax levy with the two sub-funds for transportation and the environment. So the biggest use of the levy over the next 5 years is the payment of general obligation bond debt service, which is a known obligation. The second biggest use is environmental remediation, and the levy is focused on remediation of legacy projects, so not environmental problems caused by port operations or part of the port's businesses, but what we've inherited. And that includes both the spending on those projects from the tax levy and from the Environmental Legacy Fund. These are also obligations, but they are estimates, unlike the general bond debt service. The next largest use is for community programs. And this includes a variety of programs. That includes a continuation of the South King County Impact Fund that was approved earlier today. It includes workforce development, economic development grants, tourism, so a range of projects that the Commission has promoted over a number of years that promote, support our communities. And then transportation and infrastructure, that will actually be paid from the Transportation and Infrastructure Fund. There are some projects there. The largest one is the SR 509 Gateway project. And we do expect that we will be issuing some more GO bonds, and so that debt service is factored in this usage plan as well. Next slide, please. So although the levy itself is expected to pay for only about $25 million of capital, we do have significant capital projects that are paid from a combination of the tax levy and general obligation bonds. Approximately $200 million of seaport or maritime projects will be funded with this combination. And then there are some North Harbor projects for the Seaport Alliance that use these resources too. The largest projects include Terminal 91 berths 6 and 8, which is actively underway, Fisherman's Terminal docks, and other site improvements, Terminal 91 uplands. So a variety of projects will use these resources. Next slide, please. A little bit more detail on the Environmental Legacy Fund that is paid for from the tax levy. Last year, the commission set aside $30 million into that fund that is currently being used to pay for these remediation projects. We are recommending an additional $32 million be deposited, and this money is the result of some savings we see this year relative to the funding plan we shared with you last year. So about $10 million from the GO bonds we issued earlier this year. In last year's plan of finance, we anticipated a bond issue, but when we actually issued the bonds, we were able to get lower debt service both on the refunding and on the new money component. So that provides about $10 million of additional levy capacity that can be deposited to the ELF. But the other big change is with the HMT. In last year's plan of finance, we assumed only the 2106 funds of about $3 million, but in 2024, we received $25 million, and so that gives us an extra $22 million that we had not factored into last year's plan, and so we can use that to pay for certain projects that would otherwise be paid for from the tax levy, and so we have those funds that we can move into the ELF. I'd also like to note that while the tax levy focuses on the legacy environmental remediation, there are a broad array of initiatives related to the environment that are paid for from our operating resources. Some of these are part of capital improvement plans. Some of them are initiatives, and those are not paid for from the levy because they are paid from the port's operating revenues. All right, I think we can move on to the plan of finance, and Scott will take over.
Good afternoon. Next slide, please. So the next several slides will cover the port's plan of finance. They will look similar to prior plans of finance, so I will also move quickly through them. Feel free to stop and ask questions if they come up. So this slide provides some background on the plan of finance. This covers the funding of the port's 5-year CIP, 2025 through 2029. And while the plan is focused on the current 5-year period, we obviously look at we have a longer term view of the financial picture going out 10 years and sometimes beyond. It's obviously difficult to forecast with great precision going out that far, but it's something we take a lot of pride in ensuring that we're being mindful of those later years. The plan of finance is based on achieving certain financial targets to ensure continued financial sustainability and flexibility. Next slide, please. So here are some of the port's primary financial targets, namely debt service coverage and liquidity. These financial targets serve as guardrails and provide cushion for income variability. So we have had from time to time income variability. They're not always the most easily forecasted, but we want to ensure that we have flexibility to accommodate those when they arise. So on the debt service coverage front, you can see the 1.25 times target for the airport, which is derived from the existing SLOA, but they actually target a higher coverage ratio of 1.4. The Seaport has a higher debt service coverage ratio of 1.8 times, which is based on their bigger risk profile for those businesses. And then on liquidity front, we amended our financial policy during the pandemic, in part to increase the liquidity targets. We've got a 12-month O&M target for the general fund for the Seaport businesses, and an ADF fund balance of 18 months O&M for the airport. Next slide, please. This slide provides a comprehensive picture of the port's Seaport capital funding needs over the next 5 years. Just as a reminder, when we say Seaport, this includes maritime, the port's share of the Northwest Seaport Alliance, as well as other costs not otherwise allocated to the airport, so primarily central services. The total Seaport CIP over the next 5 years is $945 million and is driven largely by the maritime CIP of $606 million. Kelly Zupon briefed you at the last commission meeting on the 8th on the maritime CIP. It also includes $210 million for the Northwest Seaport Alliance, which represents our 50% share of their $420 million CIP. I believe there's a briefing for the managing members later this week, or a study session covering the CIP. You can see from the chart on the left the annual breakout of the $945 million CIP by year. And as you can see, the spending forecast is expected in each year, starting next year, to exceed the prior maximum. Next slide, please. So this covers the funding of the Seaport CIP. Broadly speaking, what you're seeing is a continued shift toward greater reliance on operating sources of funding, including operating cash and revenue bond funding. This is really being driven by two factors. First, revenue bond capacity is increasing as existing Seaport debt has slowly been maturing. And additionally, a lot of the tax levy resources are increasingly being used for other non-capital purposes, so primarily environmental costs, as well as various community programs, which means less levy resources available for capital funding. So we've got about 54% of the funding coming from operating sources. That is operating cash and future revenue bonds, about 36% coming from a tax levy, which includes levy cash as well as existing and future GEO bonds. And then about 10% of the remaining funding, or 10% of the funding, comes from other sources, which include Port and Northwest Seaport Alliance capital grants, as well as some HMT funding. Next slide, please. So this summarizes the airport's $4.9 billion CIP over the next 5 years. This CIP was covered in greater detail by Heidi Papachak back at the last meeting. Just wanted to flag a few additions to the CIP that we've incorporated here and in our plan of finance that weren't included in her capital numbers. The first is the allocation of the Central Services CIP, which totals about $51 million over the 5-year period. And additionally, we've included the real estate acquisition that was discussed earlier in this meeting for the stock building. Just a reminder that this represents capital spending over the next 5 years and does not represent total project costs. This $4.9 billion CIP consists of over 180 projects, but is largely driven by the mega projects outlined there in the dark blue that total over $2 billion over the 5-year period. This CIP only includes $246 million of the SAMP preliminary planning and design costs only. And as you can see from the chart, the annual airport CIP is expected to exceed its prior year maximum starting next year and in each year of the forecast period. Next slide, please. So the overall funding plan here is consistent with prior plan of finance. The operating sources at the airport will fund 92% of its CIP. So this includes its operating cash from the ADF, which includes both existing cash balances and future airport cash flows. This is effectively cash above and beyond the ADF liquidity target of 18 months O&M. Operating sources also include existing and future revenue bond proceeds. The airport does utilize other unique funding sources which contribute to the funding its capital plan, namely federal grants. And you can see here we've got approximately $364 million of federal grants flagged for this plan of finance. Next slide, please. So slide 20 covers the port-wide revenue bond debt service forecast, and this is a significant output of our plan of finance. So debt service coverage is an industry standard measure of financial sustainability. Effectively measures the income available to pay debt service obligations. This is a metric that both rating agencies and investors emphasize. Looking at the graph, port-wide debt service coverage levels are consistent with our historically strong performance. The decreasing trend line is driven in large part by the large airport capital plan and the additional revenue bond debt that was needed to fund that CIP. So what you're seeing is the port-wide coverage here trending down toward the 1.4 times airport debt service coverage policy target that we just discussed on slide 15. So this general trend is very much expected, and it was consistent with prior plans of finance. Overall here, debt service coverage levels are healthy and remain a significant driver behind the port's strong credit ratings.
Well, I'm going to let my commissioners chime in real quick with some questions. Commissioner Cho?
So you're saying our debt coverage ratio? Our debt coverage ratio is 1.4? I thought it was 1.5.
The airport debt service ratio target is 1.4. This metric here is port-wide. So the non-airport business at the time is actually propping up our coverage. But over time, because the airport capital plan is the largest component and the most debt is issued for the airport, you would expect to see as debt increases that the coverage ratio would trend down toward the 1.4 airport target.
But the vast majority, so you're saying these numbers are port-wide, including our time?
Correct.
But the vast majority of the spend is at the airport. That's why our debt coverage ratio is going down.
Correct.
And so do we have a disaggregated, like, is there a way to disaggregate that?
You want to see the debt service coverage between the seaport and the airport? Yeah, we do that. Yeah, so we model it that way. And I think in the quarterly performance reports, they actually present airport-specific debt service coverage. So, for example, I think in 2023, the airport coverage ratio was 2 times. Okay. In 2024, it's forecasted, I think it's a little less than 2 times, but the trend, as you would expect, these major capital projects to get underway and the bonds to fund them and the debt service to kick in would be to see the trend.
And our debt coverage hiking up to 2 is mainly because a lot of our major projects have winded down, right? Like IAF is done, North Satellite is done, and so in theory, we're not spending, or I guess we are spending because we've taken that out the debt already.
Yeah, the debt on those is in place, so
Right.
that debt service is going out, 20
Got it.
plus years,
Got it.
right? So yeah, it would have more to do, I think, with maybe delays in some of the spending, right? We're forecasting, so we model it that they're going to have spending, you're going to hit these targets in these
Yeah.
years, and as that gets spread out and sort of, I think that's what you're seeing here is.
And is the ratio something we set as a commission? I don't think I've ever voted on that.
Well, the ratio here is an output. The commission
Like
does.
the threshold, our policy.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
our policy
yes.
on-
Those are reviewed by the commission and, a conversation with staff and commission based on our knowledge about rating agencies and investors. And yes, the commission did set those policy levels, and they are in the budget document as part of the financial policies.
Okay, thank you.
And we can provide the disaggregated coverage for your review. Some of in 2025, that higher coverage also reflects the fact that when we have projects under construction at the airport, we capitalize interest. And so we're not counting that debt service that's paid from capitalized interest, essentially bond proceeds, during construction. That reduces the denominator of this ratio. And so it's not we're not using the revenues to pay for that debt service.
Yeah, I think it's just helpful because we know that aviation dollars are spent in aviation and not commingled with anything else. So I think that disaggregated data would be helpful to see.
Yes, and since we do have separate policy targets, we can show you what those results are.
Great, thank you.
And just one quick follow-up question. You said that for the minimum revenue bond debt service coverage, you identified that it's higher for the seaport because of the risk associated with the different business items, and who assesses that risk?
That's an evaluation that we did a lot of research on, looking at the dynamics of the businesses. The key component is that at the airport, a significant portion of that is cost recovery. And or at the airport, it's cost recovery, and it's an essential facility. We don't really have a major competitor airport in this region, and to go many places in the country and the world, you get on an airplane. So it's really an essential facility. So that is our assessment, and consistent with how the rating agencies view us as low risk. The Seaport, our revenues are primarily from the Seaport Alliance, and our container terminals are discretionary. And so, we have, the shippers can come to our harbor or not. I know the Alliance staff gives you briefings on this. When there's, threat of a strike on the East Coast, our volumes go up. When things are going well other places, our volumes go down, and they kind of are hovering around 3 million TEUs on average. So there's more risk associated with that business.
Interesting. Okay. Commissioner Fellman.
The vagaries of grants are something are hard to predict. I just want to note that just a couple of days ago, we just got $17.5 million from Senator Murray for Phase 1 construction of the South Concourse restoration. That's nice gift to have to account for. I'm just wondering also about, like, if we go forward with some of these near-term projects with SAMP, that all we have budgeted here is $246 million for planning, right? So, so these decisions will come forward, and so you're going to have to, these are potentially large changes to your forecasts, right? Do we have an estimate, like what is the full build-out cost in ballpark terms if we did all the near-term projects?
I don't know what that cost is. I have, earlier estimates were quite expensive, multiple billions. But I would defer to airport staff on the cost estimates associated, or the current cost estimates of the near-term projects.
Well, I just bring it up because like the vagaries of grants, commission support of any given NTA is near-term, NTP, is also hard to forecast, right? I just a couple of, back on page 16, we have 2027 as being the high point of expenditures, and I'm trying to just understand why, 26, page 16, 2027, oh no, see, I'm sorry. It is page 16, yeah. Why is 2027 the peak for Seaport capital spending forecast? And this includes the Alliance, right?
It includes our 50% share of the Alliance, correct?
So do we have a reason why we think 2027 is the top?
I don't have the project detail in front of me, so I can get back to you on that. I want to say it may be the Uplands projects that are out a few years that have some big dollars that aren't imminent, I think. But let me get back to you on that one.
Yeah, there are several large projects that are either underway or coming soon, some of them at the Alliance. Terminal 18 has some large spending. There's also Husky and PCT. So there are some large projects at the Alliance that will come up in the next few years. And then, as Scott noted, the Terminal 91 Uplands project should be well underway at that point.
Yeah, I'm just assuming that they're going to still have a ways to go, right? And so T18, these are some enormous expenses, right? So I just have a hard time believing that we're peaking at 2027. Maybe 6 and 8 will be done by then.
I'll also note that we do make an adjustment in the CIP because we did research that showed that while we spend on average about 80% over the 5 years, in the current year, we spend more like 65%. And so when we take the current year, the 2025 CIP, and we look at the projects, what status they are they in construction, or are they still in planning, or are they just kind of on the list? And then we take a haircut in that year and spread those costs out. So some of that is that flowing forward that we expect. So I'll...
Like T91 Uplands, we've been flowing forward for years, right? We're getting close.
Yeah, I can just say that we likely, as Elizabeth explained, this may adjust and smooth out, but this is really project timing. We have a number of projects, more than usual, that are in getting ready to go into construction. So we do have So it's really timing of projects. 91 Uplands, there's some work at Fisherman's Terminal, some work at Marine Maintenance that we're expecting to be in construction in 2027. But as we go through the capital planning project each year, that may slide out.
Yeah, I have no doubt that the slope is in the right direction. I just think it will continue in that direction before it starts coming down I just think it's very optimistic to think 27 is going to be our peak. That's my only point. All right, I can go for now.
Can you breeze us through these last couple of slides?
Absolutely. So slide 21, please. So even though we focus on the next 5 years, we do look ahead to the subsequent 5 years to help inform decisions in the current time frame, in the near term. We roll forward assumptions unless we know something different. So basically assuming things like the continuation of the airline agreement, not because we expect that agreement to continue, but that the revenues that we get through that agreement will be similar over the next 10 years. But we also make adjustments. For example, we expect that environmental remediation costs will increase after, in the next 5 years, even more than they have in the current 5 years. So we look at that and evaluate where we are. And for the Seaport, again, including the Seaport Alliance, we estimate that they have about 800 million of funding capacity. So that's about 83% of their current CIP, so a little bit less in the next 5 years compared to this 5 years, but we do see projects shift out, so that capacity may shift out too. In the maritime presentation, they identified about 200 million of unfunded projects, so this would give some funding capacity for that. In order to achieve this level of spending, we would need about 400 million more of GO bonds, but we can do that within our financial guidelines. For the airport, we do see some possible funding capacity constraints. The CIP in the second 5 years is only about half what it is in this 5-year period, so about $2.5 billion. About 800 million of that is reserves, so projects can be identified that would use that 800 million. And the airport is in the process of updating their forecast based on some changes that they are anticipating. So, last slide. This reiterates the recommendations at the beginning, and also a heads up that we are likely going to be coming back to you for a request to issue revenue bonds for the airport.
And that's
it.
All she wrote.
So thank you very much for the presentation. I actually love the appendices and that you made reference to them throughout the primary presentation. Special note to slide number 32 that specifically lists out all of the 2025 community programs. It's just exciting to be able to see that body of work summarized here. Commissioners, do you have any final questions for our panelists, Commissioner Cho?
No, I just say, Elizabeth, you know how I feel that about every time you come up here, I always learn something new. So I appreciate you and your team.
Yes, absolutely. Commissioner Fellman.
We have this projected a real estate acquisition beginning in 2025, but we don't talk about real estate sales at all. And this is something that's always been of interest to me, that, how we could, repurpose properties for furthering port interests greater than what they currently are doing. And so there's this property you might have heard of, Sabota, and it's been sitting there on a very strategic piece of property for housing and things like that, but not terribly strategic for us. And the question is, what could we be doing better with that money? And we have like the whole waterfront transformation really is this generational moment. And adjacent to that, we have is Wasco. And right now, the port has currently suggested that we're going to take a relatively passive role in that, though despite the fact that more we talk to maritime interests, the more there are interested in doing something there, but they have no dry powder for the most part to participate. And so I'm just wondering, the discussion of real estate sales, and Sabota isn't the only one. When is that a point of conversation for looking at our plan of finance?
Well, we certainly could have our real estate colleagues come back with a policy discussion about property sales, how to evaluate what properties would be appropriate for sale based on both policy considerations and financial considerations. So we could coordinate with them on bringing that back if that's something the commission would like.
I just think from an information perspective, I mean, some properties might see some upside in the near future. Like right now, I know occupancy rates along the waterfront are terrible, right? And so World Trade Center is not unique in its failure to have a tenant. But then again, we have this transformational moment going on that perhaps people are going to want to come back to office and be near the water, and not necessarily in a high skyrise. But there are other demographics that we understand going on that we may want to seize. And right now, having a property right in front of 46, and between that and the stadiums, this isn't coming again, right? So I think we really need to be looking at these strategic moments. And I don't know, we just never do a conversation about, are real estate properties performing as we would like? Are they more of a burden than an asset? And obviously, it's a little verboten talking about removing ourselves from industrial lands, but if we're acquiring more, no net losses, seems to be consistent with the port policy. And I just would like to see somehow that this conversation is part of a financing discussion.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cho.
Actually, one quick question. Is the financing we're taking, the bonding that we're doing on stock accounted for in our debt ratio coverage that you just shared with us?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
That concludes your presentation. Thank you very much. And that actually also concludes this portion of our agenda, presentations and staff reports, so bringing us to referrals to committee and closing comments. Commissioner Fellerman, anything final? That's all right.
Yeah, I just, the story about the fishing industry is a big one. And I understand that pollock is still being caught. It's just like 12 miles north every year because of climate change. And so eventually it's going to be Russian pollock. And so there's certain realities associated with the fishery, and which is like another thing we have to think about when we think about who our tenants are. But it's also worthy to know that, while we talk about our large-scale factory trawlers being having the most sustainable stocks to be caught, the pollock and hake stocks have been, for the most part, true. But we are seeing this past year an increasing concern about bycatch. And in fact, the pollock fishery got shut down before their quota could be caught because of their catch of Chinook salmon. So I really believe that in the world of innovation, this is something I talked to Maritime Blue when I first was their initial board member, that to the degree that we can facilitate ways in which we can reduce bycatch, specifically in one of our largest tenants' fisheries, this is in everybody's elevated self-interest. To have your fishery closed down before the allocation is part of the problem we're running into.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Cho.
None for me, thank you.
Me neither. And Chief of Staff Aaron Pritchard.
Commissioners, you may have noticed that this was a 700-page packet today.
It was very
which
heavy.
means that our clerks printed off over 7,000 pages separated into 10 different sections, 10 different documents for staff. I will note somewhat happily for the clerks that this is to be our last printed
sorry.
Our last printed packets. We'll be moving fully to the Board Effect application, which will house our electronic meeting packets moving forward. Of course, you can always have anything printed out by your strategic advisor or myself, but we are moving to fully electronic.
It
after
is so
today,
nice
if
to
all goes
step
well.
into 2024 with everyone. Thank you so much. And seeing no business before us, we're officially adjourned. The time is 3:33 p.m.